Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. We're going to look at another one of TurretinFan's videos where he's looking at a Dr. Jeff Riddle's response to Mark Ward. And so we want to check that out. So last time I went through one of TurretinFan's videos and we sort of got to an impasse, and I was doing a little bit of a critique of Jeff Riddle as well. And so usually I don't critique Jeff Riddle, but obviously, part of being involved with similar topics, we're going to, most of the time we're on the same path, but every now and then people divert from different things. And so just as much as if I was to talk about the issue of confessional bibliology and talk about what reformers thought back in the Reformation era, Jeff Riddle might say, "Oh, well, actually, Nick, say that's not quite true. This author said this and that." I'll just go, "Yeah, cool." So one of the things that I've focused on is Scrivener, and the conclusions that I've come to about Scrivener, I expressed in my former video, and so it's not really like a huge thing. I did have a few people sort of be a bit shocked that I was critiquing Jeff Riddle, but at the end of the day, that's what it's about. We want to have accurate information, and so I know a lot of people who peruse Jeff Riddle's material will also jump onto my channel. I know at times the Agros guys, they might have looked at some of the things I've said, and so at the end of the day, I'm just trying to bring clarity to an issue. And so we got to the end of that, and then there was this other section in that video where I thought maybe I should do a clip on that. But really, when you go through it, it was just sort of Jeff Riddle sort of answered himself, and TurretinFan was just sort of saying, well, you can trade truth for certainty and all this sort of stuff. And I thought, I don't really want to just spend a few hours just going through stuff that most people already know anyway. Because usually when I do videos, I want to do stuff on stuff that a lot of people don't have time to do. Because I know someone like Brian Ross and Jeff Riddle, a lot of these guys are active pastors. Because at present, I'm not an active pastor. I have had people contact and say, look, we want to fellowship, and we want to do this and do that. And after COVID, and after we had a Katrina type flood here in Lismore, pretty much it's been hard to sort of recoup anything. And so that's why I guess I've had time to do a deep dive into a lot of the textual issues and do a lot of videos. But these guys are very busy. These guys many times don't have the amount of time that I have to go through a lot of these articles. But I'm surprised at the depth that some of these guys go to with all the burdens that they have of, many people will have large congregations. They'll be running all sorts of different things, and youth groups, and they got their family and everything like that. And I take my hat off to them. But and so what I thought I'd do, I'll jump into this second video, which is basically about Jeff Riddle and Mark Ward, because I do know quite a bit about this. And so one of the reasons why I do a lot of my videos is because I want to offer a little bit of different information, not just the same stuff. And I hate listening to videos or watching videos where people are just sort of regurgitating the same material. I want to try to give the other side of the coin, or they're forgetting to mention this, and go and just do a deep dive into some of these verses. One of the interesting things was, just before I jump into this video, and this will give me an excuse to check the sound as well, I'll just go to YouTube here. Now, there was a King James version debate between Wilkie, I think it was Standing for Truth, with Donnie. So Donnie's been hosting a lot of King James. Oh, there it is. Oops. A lot of King James debates recently. And so I did just see it. Where is it? It'll be a live one. I think they've changed this algorithm because they didn't used to have live. It used to just be on the videos. And so I was watching this. So I debated Eddie. And I sort of felt like these guys, instead of actually dealing with a lot of the issues to do with Bible translations and things like that, they just present, oh, this is an error, prove me wrong. And then it just comes down to them just coming against all Bible versions sometimes. Like when I debated a guy on Marlon's channel, Chris Date, I think his name was. And all he did was really, he just sort of said that all Bible translations are wrong. And so I'm like, well, what's the point in me trying to say, oh, the King James is correct when you're saying they're all wrong? And he's not recommending any Bible. He's like, go to the Hebrew. I'm like, well, how well do you know Hebrew? And he didn't really know it at all. And I'm like, well, it's like this. They like to be in this hypothetical land. Now, I can understand if you want to debate atheists who sort of live in this hypothetical land. Yeah, go. Sorry, my connection is a little bit bad. See it coming in and out. I'll try to better it. But yeah, at the end of the day, I don't want to deal with hypothetical issues. I want someone to say, yeah, look, this is a problem. Here we go. Let's deal with the data and all the rest of it, not dealing with hypothetical type of things. And so I sort of got to the end of Will's opening statements, and Eddie had expressed his, and I just thought, I'll watch that later. But one of the things that Eddie brought up was Job 17:6, and so I showed this last time. But just so happens that is one of the verses that I'm going through. So this is my website here, Textus Receptus. So I'm going through putting in as much information on Job 17:6 as I possibly can. So usually this is how I would study. When I did Revelation 16:5, I compiled material on that for years and years. And it was just one of those things where if I ever saw anything on Revelation 16:5, I'd take a screenshot of it and just put it on my website. And so when it came time to write material on it, I had all the information there. So going through the Leningrad Codex, which is, 1,000 years old, then we're going through different issues to do with the Hebrew and also with the Septuagint. And the next thing I really want to look at is the Latin, looking at those definitions, looking even just at the biblical places where Tabret appears. And so, yeah, if you go to my website, you can see where I'm going through with this, and sometimes too, just going through some of the Bibles in English. Here we have the London Polyglot, so I'm going through that, and I was going through the Hutter Polyglot. So as you can probably see, I'm going through. I won't open all these because I think that'll take up a bit of the bandwidth, but I'm going through defining the English word, and then we're going to be looking at the Ugaritic and the claims that they make. So it's quite amazing. These guys just say it means to spit because it sounds like to poo. It's like that's their whole thing. It phonetically sounds like a spitting sound, and so that's it. It means spit. It means to spit in someone's face. And I was like, when I first heard this, I thought it was so ridiculous. But this is the one error that Mark Ward says is in the King James. This was Sentinel Apologetics with Rob Rowe, who I debated. He brought this up, and my first initial thing was, why are you bringing these issues up, and why does the Ugaritic all of a sudden usurp the Hebrew, and where else? Why doesn't it always usurp the Hebrew? Because they're very selective in where they want the Hebrew to be usurped. And so, watching that debate, I was just kind of like, well, I was just laughing at it, going, "This is this Job 17 thing seems to be coming up all the time now." And so, I'm glad that I'm doing a deep dive into that. I'm just trying to think of. There was a whole bunch of Google pages open. I think that was the main one though. And so we're going to be looking at that. So I promised that I'd look into that, but I don't want to just rush in and just do a half-hearted job. And I don't want to start doing it when I haven't reached conclusions, because I've done that before and it's worked out poorly, where I've had to do like 5 or 6 videos. I just want to do one very good video. I might even do it not live and just edit it and do it properly and then upload it. And then, we can talk about it live. But I think that'll be good, because I'm just going to go through this and sort of show where my studies came from with that as well. And so, so that was on yesterday. So I went through that. But when he said there's a mistake in the King James, it's at Job 17:6, I was just like, you got to be joking. This is ridiculous. And I'm only really doing that because I was requested to do it. And like, for me, that wouldn't be the go-to thing. For like, if I was to give these guys any ammunition, I would, like, where would I go to for an error? I mean, I don't believe there's any errors. So it's like, but some of these errors are, I mean, see, this one will be so easy to show it's not an error, because they're not actually making huge claims about it. They're not saying, or they're saying that the King James guys mistranslated it. It should be spit. But there's a lot of Hebrew guys who translate it as drum and tabret. So it's like, okay, so they mistranslated, but all these other people did as well, these Hebrew scholars. It's just bizarre. It's almost like they're just clutching at straws now, because we've gone through with most of the 100 or so places where they go to, like, Easter's a mistranslation, and CJ Cox was going on about that, and I'm like, dude, do you know that I've been studying this for like 20 years? You just sort of discovered this like 3 weeks ago, and it's like, oh, I'm going to talk about this. And so I find that these guys, when they bring up these verses many times with Will or myself or other people, we're just walking all over them. So they're going with the most obscure little ones. So it's like, well, I haven't really looked into Ecclesiastes chapter 2, verse 1, where it has something else. It's like, obviously we're going to deal with the main ones that come up all the time on Facebook and YouTube and the rest of it. But this one keeps coming up, and Mark Ward's brought it up. And I just, at first, I thought it was a joke. It was like, because it sounds like spit, that means should be translated as spit. And like, even the word doesn't mean spit, it means an abhorrence. So you don't like someone. And so anyway, we've got a little bit of chat happening. So the parable is interpreted wrong, and it becomes the resurrection of the dead is the return of the unseen. Oh, sorry, if the parable is interpreted wrong, it becomes the resurrection of the dead and is the return of the unseen words. Okay, I'm not really sure about that. I'm not sure if I'm not sure where you're at with that. So maybe you can explain that, Ricky. Okay, yeah. So I'm sort of at a bit of a loss to connect with where maybe it was something I said in passing, and I've forgotten I've said it. I can be a bit of a goldfish at times. I'm focusing on one thing, and my mouth's saying another thing, and I'm reading something else, and my other personalities are going like this. And shalom, Nick from Dan Strait. Shalom, Dan Strait. Welcome to the program. They love beating that drum. That's actually a good little pun there. Like they're beating the drum. Like I could talk, because they call it a tabret, which is a drum. So I could say, here we are beating the drum again. Yes, I'll use that as a little bit of a parody. The parable becomes a stone or a rock over time. The sheep are the unseen words. The parable becomes a stone or a rock. Yes, I'm not sure which parable. Is that talking about Job or, sorry about that, if I'm not connecting. With the objections I say brought up, I'm not even sure what the motivation is to debate. It seems petty. Yeah, it's so petty. It's because like even I didn't mean to go here, but even when you just have a quick look at, well, actually, here's the other page that I was going to show. This is what I've got open at the moment to do with Job. And so you can just see up here, I've got all the Strongs. I've got a whole bunch of Hebrew lexicons open, the Net Bible, Mark Ward's talking about it, Will Kinney talking about it. So I've had all this open for like, probably a week and a half now. But the thing is, when you look at the biblical manuscripts, like I said, it might even say here, a timbrel, a drum, a stopeth with a final there, and so a timbrel, and so I guess that's what they're saying, that they mistranslated and they didn't recognize a certain letter, which is to accuse the King James translators of mistranslating is like they don't miss a beat. It's like what they did was mathematically precise. And so it's like accusing the greatest mathematician of missing something. It's like, they didn't know how to add up there. It's ridiculous. So I'm looking for this. But yeah, so that's all the stuff that I'll have to go through. But I don't want to open all these pages. But yeah, I just sort of let you know that that's what I'm doing with Job. So I've got that page. I'll just throw that over there. And I've got this other page here. And so, dealing with the Hebrew, look at this, Rashi, a drum. So that's in Job 17:6. They said it's a drum, like this word here. So that's a cognate word. So they're saying, they've mistranslated it as this. So the problem is this is what's called a hapex legomenon. Hapex legomenon is a word that only appears once in the Hebrew. But I think the people who are really calling it a hapex legomenon, they're not recognizing that it's got a conjunction. So this letter here, the lamed, is a conjunction before the word. So when you have that, it's a hapex legomenon. But I don't think that the I don't think that the actual word itself is a hapex legomenon. So I've got to look into that. So that's the claims of the Net Bible, and I thought that's what it was too, just looking at dictionaries and things like that. So anyway, that's interesting. I'd really actually love to do a whole program on that, but I want to wait until I've got everything nailed down. Then I'll go through all the important information. So what TurretinFan is bringing up here, and what I will bring up too, is Mark Ward, which TR. So this is the critique of confessional bibliology. So we'll keep this one open. And so that's the document. I might just shut that one down. So that's the document that is here. So we'll be going through that. So Dan Straits said, I'm late to the show and don't know the context of Ricky's statement. I'm running the show and I don't know the context of Ricky's statement. I was just like, what's this? So maybe he jumped in the wrong chat. So I don't know. To be charitable as possible, maybe they feel that if one ever does find a genuine error in the text, it could shake one's faith. I think it's a little bit like that, because usually people say, so is there an error in the King James? You know, once they find out, you're sort of like, well, I'm a Textus Receptus person. They're like, no, you're a King James only. You're a Rachmanite, you're a Gibbite, they try to demonize you and put you on some bandwagon fallacy. And you're like, well, they'll say, so is there an error in the King James? And you're like, well, I haven't found one. They're like, see, you're a Rachmanite. And that's like the edge. And if you say, oh, I think I found an error, they love you. And so this is what I've found with so Brian Ross. Like, he was like, okay, well, in Jude it has the word both, was probably a print error put into the King James that we have there today. But even if you have the word both missing there, like the original King James had, the 1611 had, it still means the same thing. Where I'm like, okay, let's study into that. And I actually found that it was an error that occurred in Beza's. It wasn't in the Bishop's Bible, and so they were the two main things that the King James translators went to. And so, but it was written down to be put in the text. And so later editors probably went, hang on, this isn't in Beza. Hang on, this isn't in the Bishop's Bible. And it wasn't in the Bishop's Bible simply by choice, because it doesn't really matter that much to have it in there. But we're talking about every word here, so it's like, okay, should the word be there? And so, if you want to go through the video that I've made on Jude 125, it's in my playlist there somewhere, or it's in my videos, probably about 6 months ago. But so I think because Brian Ross has sort of mentioned a few of these places where someone like Norton in his book says, oh, see, here's an error in the King James. And he's sort of gone, well, it's not really that much of a big deal, but I think perhaps this could have been an error. They're like, Brian Ross, we love you. We think you're great. Like, Brian Ross says some pretty harsh things about these guys. I'm going through his Textual Confidence Collective, but he says it in a very nice way, of course, where I just say it sort of bluntly. I'm a little bit more blunt. And I find, Jeff Riddle, Robert Truelove, Brian Ross, a lot of these guys are pastors. They're pastoring congregations. So you're watching your P's and Q's, you're dotting your I's, crossing your T's. You want to make sure that you're not being just overly offensive to everyone. And I do try to do that as well. But when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, I do like to say what I think is truth, regardless of who gets offended. And, we're living in a generation where you can't even say what gender a person is. And if they identify something else, you've got to tiptoe around them, not to hurt their feelings and all this sort of stuff. And so it's sort of that whole thing in society has weakened even a lot of biblical discussion, where we go, okay, well, that person was a false prophet. They're probably in hell now. People are like, how dare you judge? How dare you say someone's not saved? How dare you say, I'm like, okay, I guess I used to listen to older preachers when I first become a Christian, and they were just straight down the line. But now a lot of these older guys are really wishy-washy, and, everyone's saved sort of thing. If you just go to a church, you're saved, and there's, nothing anyone can do about it sort of thing. It's like, man, I'm not of that school. And anyway, I'm just sort of sitting here preaching. Let's go through this.
Welcome, everybody. It's great to be live again, this time to discuss another of the conference talks at the Kept Pure in All Ages Conference 2022. The focus of the talk that we're going to discuss this evening, the topic was lecture Reasoning with the Disputer of This World, and it was largely an attempt to respond to the article. I've put the first slide of that article on the screen, and I may go ahead and make that full screen. It's still a bit hard to read probably, so let's pull it back down. So the article is an article by Dr. Mark Ward, in which he sets out as the abstract of his article this. He says, after an introduction listing known TR editions, the argument of this paper proceeds in 3 movements. 1, in the first, he summarizes the argument for the perfect preservation of the Textus Receptus Greek New Testament, used by what at the time were referred to as mainstream KJV only Christians. Point 2, in the second, he summarizes the similar but distinct defenses given for the same text by proponents of a smaller group of Presbyterians and Reformed Baptists, which refers to itself as confessional bibliology. And then third, in the third section, he just demonstrates that 2 particular TR editions carry all.
I've just got to check and see if this sound's working. Okay, that's good. I was just a bit worried because I've done videos where I've gone for 10 minutes and didn't know.
Except one of the same kinds of differences that occur between the TRs and the critical texts of the Greek New Testament. And he argues that neither confessional bibliology nor these other similar views, are not the same, but similar views, cannot justify dividing from the majority of evangelical biblical scholars over the doctrines. Their views differ only in the degree and not in kind from the majority of textual criticism. So that was Mark Ward's, the quick abstract of Mark Ward's presentation. Now, what we have to review today is actually the lecture given by Dr. Riddle. Dr. Riddle is...
See, the thing is, sure, Mark Ward comes across to critical text people as, I'm just a neutral scholar, I'm just looking at this movement, but see, he doesn't talk about the baggage that he's bringing into this discussion. So he works for Faith Life, he's worked for Logos for probably about 10 years. So these guys run Verbum, the Catholic branch of Logos Bible Software. So they cater for Catholics, they love for Catholics. And they have a barrow to push. They want to demonize the King James, the Textus Receptus, because this is fuddy-duddy material that you can get for free online. And so they want you to get the latest Logos stuff. They want to push that type of barrow, and obviously they're making a fortune off this. And so Mark Ward is on their payroll. So Lexham Press, Faith Life, Logos, and these guys are behind Michael Heiser as well. And so that's got to be taken into consideration. So whenever you're talking to someone, and so look, I don't think that his arguments rise or fall because of that, but it's just got to be taken into consideration that he does have a barrow to push. It's not like he's just a concerned Christian. Like at the end of the day, how much money is Jeff Riddle getting out of this? How much money am I getting out of this? How much money is Will Kinney getting out of this? We're usually losing. We're losing money. We're trying to promote things. We're buying software. We're doing, I run a website, Textus Receptus. It's absolutely massive. It's like a Wikipedia for Bible translation. And there's 22,000 pages on there. And to run a site that big, I have to basically pay about $500 a month for a server. So I have my own dedicated server running that site. And because it's just too big for any local little guy to have, and to have something that big on, some sort of, crammed onto some server somewhere would be slow as. So I have full autonomy over that server and over that website. And I'm paying money for that. I'm losing money. I'm spending lots of time talking about this issue, where Mark Ward is, I was just at the Christian Bookshop last Saturday in Brisbane. That's our main city here. And it's $30 for his book, Australian, which would be about, like, say, $22, I guess, American. But it's still quite a lot of money for this book. I mean, but I understand I'm selling my book as well. I had no choice in it. Someone approached me and said, can you write this book? I've done it. And they've worked out the price. They've worked out everything. And I just get a little, I think there's, I get like $3 or $4 a book or whatever. But I'd hardly sell any of them. It's such a niche market. It's like I'd be lucky to sell 20 a year sort of thing. Where Mark Ward's book is huge. So if I guess, sometimes I do blanket statement, they're just doing that for money or whatever. But at the end of the day, Mark Ward is paid by Faith Life, by Logos, to promote the new Bibles and to demote the older Bibles. And he does that in a deceptive way. So when I'm saying that, I'm not just saying, okay, look out for that. I'm saying he has a reputation for hiding information from the general population. So he knows that most of the general population are not like myself or you. Most people watching this would be into textual criticism, or have watched James White's videos, or listen to Dan Wallace or Jeff Riddle or whoever you're listening to. Where the general population, they're just like, which Bible should I read? And so he's like, the King James is hard to read, so go with an ESV, and he skips over the whole issue of text, which to me is deeply deceptive, because the real reason why we're actually reading an old Bible, a 400-year-old Bible with old archaisms and sometimes obsolete words and what he would call false friends and all the rest of it, is because we want all the words there. We don't want something, we don't care how readable it is. If it's missing a verse, you're reading along and say, there's a verse gone. You're reading along, this is double bracketed for 12 verses long. That means that they're saying it shouldn't be in there. The comma Johannium's just gone. We want all the words of God in there. And so that's why we still choose to read this. And people are like, go with the King James. New King James. The New King James, in some places, is updated faithfully. In other places, it's very dismal. It actually creates contradiction. It has mistranslations. They turn a lot of statements into questions. They take out words. They change words. And oftentimes, one of the main issues of the Revised Version, beside it being based upon a different Greek text, never seen before, Frankenstein monster, is at the end of the day, they redefined a lot of words as well. So that's another huge issue. So when you're looking at the New King James, you're looking at a King James version with those definitions of the Revised Version on top of it. And so it hasn't been faithfully done. So why would we jump into that mess? If you're basing your faith, your life, your eternal security, everything on the words of God, like I do, I want every word to be correct. I just think that someone like Mark Ward has, he's just growing up in Christianity. These guys just sort of, you grow up with all these songs and hymns and doctrines and teachings and all the rest of it. And so it's like they've already got, like, say, the Trinity around them for years and years and years. So they're like, we don't need 1 John 5:7. Where I don't think they've ever been in a dearth where there's no Christianity. I mean, these guys need to go and live in a jungle for 20 years with people who don't know anything about the gospel, or because oftentimes they don't know the full ramifications. Like I just saw Mike Winger did a whole 6-hour-long program that he just did, I think, yesterday, on headscarves. Well, one of the reasons, when I was living in Pakistan, one of the main reasons they have headscarves there, there's 2 main reasons. The majority of the population is Muslim, and so that's part of the Islamic culture for women to cover up. The second thing is they base their Bible on the American Standard Version. That's the most popular Bible there at the moment. And that basically says that the covering in 1 Corinthians 11, I think it is, the covering isn't the woman's hair, like the King James says. The covering is a cloth. So they get their doctrine from the Bible. That's how much it affects it. So when I'm around Christians there, they all cover up like this when they pray, because that's what it says to do in that chapter in the modern Bibles. That's how much it affects whole entire populations. And so I can see this I go to places, I'm like, wow, what does the Bible say about this in your language? And so I go through it and I read it, and I'm like, when I'm in Papua New Guinea or Cambodia, like when I was in Cambodia, we did a Bible translation based on the TR there. We did the whole Bible, New and Old. And so the main translator, before I told him anything about doing translation work, he was just my general translator. We were going around preaching. And I hadn't mentioned anything about Bible translations yet. And he said that the local Bibles that they have there have a Catholic Jesus. It's a different name. We use a Protestant name for Jesus, but they have a Catholic name in all the Bibles. So the Bible Society is putting this Catholic name into their Bibles. And he says it's problematic because all the pastors want a Bible, so that then I was like, I was listening and asking a few questions, just acting dumb, like I don't know anything. I'm like, and so I just said, well, I'll fund you to do this. And so we did a Khmer Bible. And so we worked on that. And it makes a huge difference, just the name. Like even a lot of the modern Bibles, instead of using Yesu in the Arabic or something like that, they use Issa. And so a lot of people go, oh, that's just the name of Jesus. No, it's actually a shortened form for Isaac, which is the rejected son. So this is part of, you got issues there. Esau and Jacob and things like that. So anyway, Dan Strait said, most people I know take the position that Scripture is inherent in all that it was intended to teach. I didn't realize that could be a problem until the changes in modern Bibles were pointed out to me. Yeah, and I think, some of these people, like say Mark Ward, he's in a community that's been saturated with King James teaching, and they're like, let's use modern Bibles. And so he doesn't see the change immediately. We're starting to see the change in different places, but when you go to a country that have a Bible based on a modern translation, based on the New American Standard Bible or something like that, and then you look at how they're practicing that, you're like, why are you doing this? And then you understand that it affects how they're going to operate. And it's quite amazing, where if they don't have a TR influence, and sometimes I go to places and they've got good sound doctrine and teaching. I'm like, but they've got a modern Bible. So I'll check it out. And it's like, the modern Bible is only 10 years old. Before that, they all were using this other one. And so it's quite interesting to look at that type of thing and to look at the tiny little issues, but they are issues. And in foreign language Bibles, there's way more error in, like, say, in some of the Papua New Guinean translations, they have, instead of Jesus being the Lamb of God, they say he's the guinea pig of God. A guinea pig is actually an unclean animal. And so, but they wanted to relate to the people. And so, like, there's an Alaskan Bible by the Bible Societies where they call Jesus the seal of God, because it's like, oh, how do we describe a lamb? Oh, let's just talk about a baby seal. And it's, so these unclean animals, according to the Bible, that's what Jesus is. He's a seal. It's so strange. But this is the type of rubbish. And see, in English, we don't put up with that. We study that. We think about it and go, hang on, that's a bad translation. Where in a lot of these other languages, that the gospel is, it's just nominal. People go to church. They're really relying on pastors and teachers and all the rest of it. And so we've been biblically literate in most English-speaking countries for a long time. But in some other places, they're biblically illiterate. And if they've only just got that Bible translation, Jesus is a seal. I do think the King James Version preserved that aspect of inerrancy. Yeah, and so I believe the King James has two things. It's the final edition of the Masoretic text in Textus Receptus. Had they printed a Greek and Hebrew at that time, parallel to the King James, there'd be no King James only movement or TR only movement or anything. They'd just be all, the words mean the same thing and they're just translated accurately. But because we do have tiny bits of separation and there's different movements and things like that. And so that's one aspect. The other aspect, so one aspect is that it's the culmination of all the words in two covers. All the words are there. And the other aspect is that the King James is an accurate translation of the Greek and Hebrew. So one is it's all the words, they just so happen to be in English. It's the final edition of the TR and Masoretic text. But the other issue is that it is a translation, a correct and accurate translation of the Hebrew and Greek. So that's why we look to the King James for all the words of God. It's not just another translation, it's different. And people who say, oh, it's just a translation, they're not understanding that this is a final compilation of all the words. And so if I was to look for all the words in the modern period, if I went to the Bishop's Bible, it would be lacking. If I went to the Geneva, it would be lacking. If I went to the Elzevir's 1633 Greek Textus Receptus, it would be lacking. But when I go to the King James, and Scrivener and Westcott and Hort knew this, when they were like, let's get a printed TR edition, so we can show the differences between our Greek text and their Greek text, they went to the underlying Greek text of the 1611. So it's not a weird concept. What I'm saying, it might be unknown to a lot of people. It might seem different because a lot of people are in Christianity. The seeds of hatred towards the King James is in their spirit, and so they already get mad. No matter, it's a bit like saying the name Donald Trump. If you say that in a crowd, people are already mad because, for whether it's justified or not. But at the end of there's certain trigger words, and King James only, these type of scarecrow terms, people straight away like, it's just a translation. Why are they so infatuated with it? It's like, well, it's not just a translation. It is also a compilation of all the Hebrew and Greek words. Just because they didn't do a Hebrew and Greek Bible at that same time with all the word choices of all those brilliant scholars, it doesn't mean that that's still not a place where you can go to get all the words. So, as Scrivener did, Westcott and Hort, and Ellicott, they commissioned him to do that. That's what the Muslims call Jesus, which is just a completely unnecessary affirmation of the false Jesus of the Quran. Absolutely. And there's a reason why they call it Isaac. And so who makes those decisions? Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, if you get a book like this, Rome and the Bible by David Cloud, I'm pretty sure you can get most of this online in PDF. He has like so much to do with the Bible societies and Roman Catholicism, and so there's that one, and there's also evangelicals in Rome. Just it'll talk about the Bible societies, and yeah, it's quite amazing. The links between Mother Teresa and the Bible societies, all that sort of rubbish. But David Cloud's done a lot of homework on that, so if you want to know more about that, he's good to go to. I would go to David Cloud's site and just go through all his material. Probably about 10 years ago, I had done that. So it was a good foundation for me to go through all that and go, that's why people don't necessarily like this character because he's a heretic, or this guy he's off the wall because of this reason, or this guy was a Unitarian, and so he brings out a lot of that type of information. So Dan Strait says, I watch so many people go to the Greek and Hebrew, and it amazes me how they can justify false doctrines by becoming their own authority. Most people can't even decipher Strong's concordance properly. And we had a pastor one time, and he was sort of saying that, a lot of his sermons were to do with the root words, and the Hebrew root word is this, and that's why we can go to this. And he would just change, even though he really respected the King James. He used the New King James, but he respected the King James. And at the time, I was probably at the same position. But he kept going, well, in the Greek, it says this. In the Hebrew, it says this. So one time we got him, and he kept talking about how it's really important to know these things. And so we got him to do a class for us on the Greek and Hebrew from the online Bible. And it was halfway through that I was like, this guy actually doesn't know anything about it. and I guess I hadn't picked that up in his sermons, that he was just sort of, because sometimes if you're sitting there and you're not sitting there with the computer and following exactly where someone's going with all that information, it can sound like they're a super scholar. But when you're going through and you're following their mind pattern of where they've gone with it, it's like you're just jumping to conclusions. You're just seeing this can be translated in a certain way. So let's go there. Or the root word for this is this other word, so we can use that one. It's like, no. It's like saying the word understand, under and stand. They're not really words that would help us with understanding what understand means, and so they might a little bit. The etymology sometimes does help, context helps, but you wouldn't just go to the word under and just say it can mean that, or stand, it can mean that. And that's what a lot of pastors do, and they just sort of change words. And so anyway, I'll keep on with the video because I've gone for like 2 minutes.
He's a great speaker. He's, I guess he probably considered himself a pastor first. I think he even mentions that at the very beginning of this presentation. But I'm trying to control this playback speed to 1.25, just to keep things moving.
Okay, so I've got Turretin on 1.25, and that seems to be pretty good for him. When I get to Jeff Riddle, I'll probably slow it down maybe every now and then if it's hard to understand. But I want to try and get through this as quickly as possible. And so let me know if it's going a bit too fast. But I would recommend, if people are listening to this after it's live, listen to me on like 1.25 or 1.5. You'll get through this a lot quicker. I do that with a lot of folks. Exactly. This translation doesn't work for me, so I'll use this word. Yeah, they're squeezing a doctrine into the Word of God, which is eisegesis, not exegesis.
But as you can see, this was originally prepared on July 22 to 23, 2022, and I'm responding to it, trying to make fair use of this presentation material. I'll be stopping him and starting intermittently to respond to his claims. Some things you'll notice I'll agree with, some things I'll disagree with, but in some cases I think I will feel like Dr. Riddle has missed Dr. Ward's point. Now, maybe the shoe's on the other foot. Maybe I'm missing both Dr. Ward's and Dr. Riddle's points. That's always possible. But I would like to offer my attempt at furthering this dialogue, because although I certainly disagree with a few turns of phrase and a few points that Dr. Ward brings up, and this of course was a couple of years ago, 2020 I think is when Dr. Ward's article was published. But while I disagree with a few things that he says, by and large, I think I agree with his main point, which is that the folks who are advocating for what they call confessional bibliology, which from my standpoint isn't a full bibliology, and it's not explicitly confessional, and I don't think it's reasonably defensible. But all that said, I think that if they recognize the same kinds of issues amongst the TR editions, if they understand that what they're focused on when they say the TR is actually just as we discussed in the previous episode, a document that's designed to be a back translation of the TR, of the King James Version into TR text.
And so in the last video, Jeff Riddle, I actually didn't realize this was July. This is in July, so we're in just hitting November now, and so we're looking at 5 months ago, 4.5 months ago. So, but at the end of the day, because Jeff Riddle's going around doing quite a lot of sermons, and he's been involved with the Trinitarian Bible Society. I think they got a conference on now. I actually thought this was quite recent, like a few weeks ago. I know they recently did another conference. So anyway, because I realized that I'd gone through these at some time, because I remember listening to it, but I was like, gee, did I listen to that like a month ago? Or so I'm surprised how long ago this was. And that might be one of the reasons why I say in my last video where I was quite critical of Jeff Riddle and his views on Scrivener. Because I guess I've seen people like Christian McShaffrey and other people jump into my channel when I'm talking about Scrivener. But what I find with some of the confessional guys, they're not asking questions about it, which I would be. It's like they don't want to know any more about Scrivener. and the 190 list. What's translatable, what's not. What's an alternative? What about Beza's text and all this stuff? And so I guess there's sort of from what I could see with what Jeff Riddle was saying in the last video, and from just, I guess, an interaction with some of the confessional guys, like say when Stephen Anderson sort of got converted by the Agros guys to confessional bibliology, he was like, well, this is the text underlying the King James, and that's it, And so I was like, yeah. No, and on my TR Academy, I was like, yeah, but what about this place? And what about this other place? And what about, and it's just sort of like, oh, you're a stick in the mud. Just shut your mouth, sort of thing. That it wasn't said like that, but that's just a sort of little bit of pushback, and people like, no, there's no errors in Scriveners. And I had sort of defended a lot of TR people against some of the articles that Timothy Berg was writing, because for probably 10 years now, as long as I've been active on Facebook doing this and my website, probably for the first couple of years I'm finding my footing, but then I'm like, okay, yeah, Scrivener's actually his work, he's commissioned by Westcott and Hort, Ellicott and the revised version committee to do this. Let's look at Scrivener's work. It's like, well, he's obviously a critical text guy. He's not a received text guy. And then I'm reading other people, and they're like, well, this is the closest. We know Scrivener wasn't that good, but other people like, no, Scrivener was really good. He was a TR advocate like Burgon and all this. And it's like, okay, where are we going with this? And so on my website, I basically sort of had to go through, and one of the good things about building my website is I'm trying to make it like an encyclopedia, where I've got the good, the bad, and the ugly, and it's just there. I haven't made a decision yet, or if I do make a decision, I put my information there. But I'm like, well, Scrivener has made a mistake here, or Scrivener, he's sort of maybe even biased against this reading, and so at the end of the day, I've never really seen the text of Scrivener as like a perfect Greek text. I've always sort of been going with Beza's text for quite a long time. Beza's at 1598. And because even if you get, I guess in a way I had a bit of a position like James White has gone to. When you're pressured, you're sort of like, okay, this is my position. So when I was running the Facebook page, and there was like 7,000 people on there, or there was 5,000 at the time, they're at 7,000 now. It was just called Textus Receptus. So it used to be a lot more interactive. I think the pages have sort of stopped becoming as interactive, and the groups are quite big now. But I was challenged all the time, especially by King James only people. Where's the Greek text? Where's the infallible Greek text? And I'm like, well, it's Scrivener. And then that's sort of what I was saying at first. Then it's like they're pointing out errors, and I'm like, okay, well, I can't get around that. And then I'd have people like Peter Hasey and even Will Kinney and Stephen Avery all saying this stuff. So I'm like, okay, let's look at the Beza text. And so my whole thing was like what James White was saying. The text is in Beza's. I go with Beza's text, but there's a few places in the annotations where he brings up those issues where the King James went with the marginal note. So to me, it was like, there's the text. So it was a bit like James White saying, I go with the NA28 and the apparatus. But so the apparatus is way bigger than, Beza's annotations. But that was sort of like my thing. And then so from there, I've been comparing Scrivener's, Beza's, 1611 for years and years and years, to the point where now I'm like, the King James translators made their own Greek text. And it differs from Beza in about 20 translatable places. Because Scrivener was doing a Greek text, obviously there's certain soundings and certain smooth breathings and rough breathings, and so a lot of these 190 places, I believe 170 of them roughly, are untranslatable. So there's about 20 that are translatable, and so then I'm like, it's not much of a difference. Like we're splitting hairs here. But so I guess in a way I was coming closer and closer to like, it's okay for me to understand and know that the King James guys did their own Greek text. And knowing Beza's credentials, knowing Stephanus's credentials, Erasmus, and then learning all about what the King James translators had accomplished, even beside what they did with the Bible. It's like, well, these guys were, the vast majority of these guys were competent, just as competent as Theodore Beza. And if they had created their own Greek text, it would have been accepted in that generation. And so why am I balking at the fact that they, as a whole committee, made textual decisions and only like 20 translatable ones? They're actually going with the text of Beza so closely. It's like 20 differences is like hardly anything. And so, but it is enough to go, it's a different edition. It's a different edition of the TR. And so, anyway, let's just continue.
Then I think that there should be a lot more room for accommodating differences of opinion on the specific readings, or the differences of opinion about how to weight different readings, as opposed to getting into fierce battles over what's claimed to be always in some kind of scary descriptions, the modern critical text or something like this. If that divisiveness is taken out of the picture, what we end up seeing is there can be reasonable differences among Christians over questions of whether something is the correct reading or not.
Not really. Sorry, TurretinFan, that's purely hypothetical. I've looked at the whole Easter issue. I showed James White. I approached him in his private forum that he had on the AOMIN site. He had this weird type of forum, and I went on there and I introduced myself and I said, can I talk about Easter? And I actually respected the guy up until this point. And I said, look, I've been studying Easter and I've found these are some of my conclusions. This is the reason why Easter appears in the 1611, not because it's a pagan thing. And he straight away went, oh, you're a Ruckmanite. Well, I actually approached him and said, can I let you know what I think? Or if you don't want me to, I'll leave, sort of thing. He's like, no, go ahead. The platform is yours. So I said one or two things, and straight away he was like, oh, you're a Ruckmanite. And I was like, no, I'm not a Ruckmanite. I actually, at the time, I read most of the New King James, So I'm like, no, I'm not a Ruckmanite. And he was just like, no, you're a King James only. You're in a cult. And it was just like, you're not even letting me talk, man. And when you're typing, and I was in a forum where pretty much everyone was a James White fanboy, they just all attacked me to the point where I was just like, and then he booted me because I was expecting him to actually read through it and go, okay, yeah, interesting point, but sorry, we disagree. He was just like, you're a cult, you're off the wall, and just louder and louder, and just eventually just deleted me from the group. And I was like, wow, that was interesting. And, that's dealing with James White, the guy who said, this is the thing, TurretinFan by going, I agree with James White, I'm friends with James White, and all this sort of stuff. To me, it's sort of like, I want to talk neutrally about politics, but I agree with Alex Jones, and I'm good friends with Alex Jones, and usually Alex Jones is correct. It's like, what are people going to think? Well, you'll like Alex Jones, or I like Joe Biden. Joe Biden's my friend, or Joe. It's like, no matter who you're talking about, if you're aligning yourself at the hip with someone, especially someone as toxic as James White, like, so this is the problem. Someone like TurretinFan needs to go through some of the videos that he's putting out about Jeff Riddle, about me, about people who are in, TR, KJV circles. And you'll see he is just absolutely slandering us. And for some, I wouldn't even expect a Christian to do what he does, let alone a leader to do what he does, let alone an apologist. It's just like, it's immoral. It's almost like going to the doctors to, get some advice on health or something, and he smacks your teeth out with a baseball bat. That's what it's like dealing with James White. He is toxic. I don't think the guy's a Christian at all. He might say some interesting things, but so do Jehovah's Witnesses. They can point out errors in the Catholics. This guy's he's absolutely toxic. And so I know someone like TurretinFan will go, oh, Nick says he doesn't even believe James White's a Christian. So why would I even listen to Nick says? Well, I guess you've never been on the other side of someone like that. And if I was just to say, hey, TurretinFan, the only reason you're doing these videos is because you're self-obsessed and you've got serious spiritual problems and you're dangerous. People need to stay away from you, stay away from your ministry. Why would you call yourself TurretinFan? Why don't you have your real name there? And this is how James White deals with people like us all the time. And we're backtracking and trying to, give him answers and trying to do videos defending ourselves and all this. And it's just like, and then people are like, I'm James White's best friend. And we're just like, well, okay, so you're with this slanderer, this liar. This guy is just completely said false. Like even in this, when I was going through this earlier, Jeff Riddle will say the popular internet apologist because, see, James White refused to use Jeff Riddle's name. So Jeff Riddle stopped using James White's name, just saying, okay, well, I'll just call him the popular internet apologist. And then James White did a whole video on how Jeff Riddle is so rude that he doesn't use his name. And it's like, we're only doing that because that's what you did. So if you're not going to show respect for us, it's like, okay, well, you're just a popular internet apologist, and that's it, But usually it's King James, and then he'll have Stephen Anderson's head there, or jumping on a pulpit or something, or Jing Kim screaming out and fanning, Sluder fanning him, and it's like these guys are all the same. They're all fanatics, and so it's slander. And so I'm used to sort of when someone becomes a Christian, they do away with slander, they do away with falsehoods, they actually behave like Christians. I'm not used to jumping into churchianity like people like James White and people who are just sort of, I guess, nominal American Christians who call themselves apologists and say that they're bulwarks for truth and all the rest of it. I'm not used to people having these type of titles who just lie to your face, who say false things about you, who just smear you all over the place and are just toxic. And so this is the problem. TurretinFan is with James White at the hip, saying we're together, where I would say this is a huge problem. This is something that TurretinFan needs to take into consideration when he's constantly sort of defending James White. Like Stephen Anderson is a confessional bibliology guy. Stephen Anderson has, TR and King James, and it's like, okay, well, someone can be young earth creationist. That doesn't mean that I have to promote them or promote their ministry or whatever. The TurretinFan doesn't seem to have much to say against James White. With someone like Stephen Anderson, I'd say, well, obviously this guy's whacked. He's, believes that you become a reprobate. Homosexuality can't be forgiven. You can never be saved if you've been involved in that sort of lifestyle. You may as well shoot yourself. Obama needs to die, and all this bizarre, weird stuff that goes along with his ministry. So I'd never promote the guy. Like I might say, oh, he said this, but I would always use a caveat and say I don't agree with the guy. Just like I'd say Dan Wallace said this, but I don't agree with the guy. But it seems like TurretinFan is and James White, they're good friends. So this can taint the way that TurretinFan's seeing things. And also, I've found going through this that TurretinFan doesn't really know a lot of the background between Jeff Riddle and James White and what James White's been saying about Jeff Riddle. Because then there's always an initial cause and then a reaction, say from Jeff Riddle, and then people are just dealing with the reaction. It's like, we'll go back and hear what James White said about Robert Truelove or Jeff Riddle, or go back and watch the videos on that and how toxic he was and how he's saying that these guys are dangerous and you need to stay away from them and stay away from their ministry and all this sort of stuff. And if you put yourself in the shoes of these guys, I think these guys are being overly polite to James White because they know a lot of their confessional brethren follow James White, and if they just come out and say, I think the guy's absolutely off the wall, I think that they would get a fair bit of backlash, where I've got nothing to lose in a sense. I'm just saying things how I see them. And so I think James White's just simply not even saved. I would say he's just not even Christian. To me, that makes perfect sense. Non-Christians attack me like James White does. When I go out street preaching, atheists come up to me, argue with me, lie about me, say false things. I'm like, okay, that's what I expect from someone who's an atheist. Yeah, they should be punching me in the face and probably trying to kill me, and that's fine. And when I meet someone like James White, and I've talked to him face to face, I get that same sort of thing. And then he just slanders and lies, and he can't help himself because that's who he is. That's what he does. And so, so it's interesting. TurretinFan and James White are good friends.
And that has to be true if you're a TR advocate, if you recognize that TR is a family of traditions. Now, we're going to come to a part of the video where Dr. Riddle talks about that, I believe, God willing. So I can't promise that we'll get through the whole video in one go. And if we don't, then I'll just stop where I can and pick up the next time. But what I want to focus on is a couple of things to get it started. First of all, I understand that the question, which Textus Receptus, is considered a question that's designed to shed more heat than light, according to the Confession of the Theology folk. They don't find this a helpful question. And Dr. Riddle's answer, his short answer to the long question, or his shorter answer to this question, is to say it is Scrivener's TR, the 1881. Now, we talked a little bit in the previous episode about one place where he seems open to not sticking exactly with that TR, but possibly making a change. And I think if I understood him correctly, and I don't want to mischaracterize him, but if I understood him correctly, there's one place where he would be willing to write in a word that's omitted from Scrivener's TR. And my concern about that, as I pointed out then, I think the reason for that omission is just that Scrivener was aiming to follow the 1611 edition of the King James Version, and that the 1611 omitted the amen there. Therefore, there wasn't a need to discuss the omission. There's a softness to that argument, which is, as I think Dr. Riddle points out, it's not mentioned as a distinction between the TR and the underlying text for the revised version. So perhaps it was unintentional on Scrivener's part. Perhaps although it's most easily explained by just not being in the 1611 King James.
And so if you watched the last video I explained through this. And so it actually is in the text. Maybe I've still got it up here on my site. So here we go. So this is the last page of the appendix, and so it talks about how these are from the Vulgate. Okay, so these the present list is probably quite incomplete, and a few places seem precarious. It is possible that some of the readings for which the Complutensian polyglot Vulgate have been cited above were derived from the Vulgate rather than from the Complutensian. The same can be said of Colonnaeus' Vulgate in 1 Corinthians and 1 John. And so then he's got this list. So we see Ephesians chapter 6, verse 24 omits amen here. So it is in there. And then it talks about Vulgate manuscripts, the AV 1611. And then it says not Vulgate Clementine. So it's not in the Clementine. Then it's in the AV 1616. So for me, it was omitted by error in 1611 and then reinserted in 1616. And so it's just a print error, that's all. And that makes more sense to me than anything. And so that's what I went through in my last video. So Jeff Riddle got it wrong by saying it's not in the appendix. TurretinFan got it wrong by saying it's not in the appendix. And that's fine. You know, it's quite a complicated appendix. And a lot of people aren't even looking at the appendix. They're looking at say if you go with Mark Ward or Stephen Boyce or Timothy Berg, these guys actually think it's the 59 or 60 list of Scrivener in his Appendix E, which is absolutely not. And so it's quite strange that they think that. But I mean, I've got a link at the bottom of Appendix E, and I've got most of it written out here. But if you go to, I guess, Ephesians, I've only got one there, and that's to a different link. So actually, it won't be Ephesians. It'll be EEPH which is quite a lot. Maybe I'm better off going with 6. How does he write these? So it's Roman numerals. PI dot 24. Okay, so there we go. Ephesians. So he's actually got exactly the same list. So all he's done, all Scrivener's done is gone, well, let's just tag this list on the back of his Greek appendix. And so by the time you go through like 10 of these, you've got a headache already. And you're like, oh, do I really have to study all this? And this is a completely different list. Okay, so this is the Greek text opted by the Bible of 1611, examined and arranged. But there are places here which he mentions in the 190 list, but not here, because this is an earlier list. But this is sort of like, so this is in his 1845. Okay. And so that's why it's not as good, because years later he's like, oh, actually that shouldn't be there, or he's found another one and he's put it in there. And so that's where I think it's like the 5th column or something, that if you go to Mark Ward's website, which is so strange, KJV parallel. There we go. So strange. You go to his table of contents, or which TR, and look, he's got the 59, 69 issues, 111 issues, and they're going to Appendix E. They're not even going to the 190 list. And I've pointed this out to Stephen Boyce. I've pointed it out to Mark Ward. He probably doesn't listen to me anymore because he thinks I'm toxic. I've pointed these things out to these guys, and they're like, oh no, we've got all of Scrivener's differences and all this, and it's like, haven't even got the right book. It's completely different to this appendix here. This is the appendix at the end of his Greek TR edition. This is Appendix E in a book that he did. It's different. And so anyway, so he does talk about Ephesians here as well, but it looks like that whole section. Let me actually separate that. I'll go back to whoops. Back to here. Actually, I'll go back to the article. Here it is. This appendix looks exactly like what is in Appendix E. And even the verses mentioned in 1 Corinthians, 1 John, they're mentioned there. Then we got Matthew, Mark, Luke, Beelzebub, Matthew, Mark, Luke, Tyndale, Complutensian. Okay, so we might have a tiny bit more. Oh, there we go, Beelzebub. It was just out of the screen. So it's the same list. He's just copied and pasted that from another book he's written earlier. So the thing is, it's assumed that Scrivener did good work from my videos, which I'll just quickly show you, because I do mention these, but it could be like videos. You're making videos all the time. Where are they? Okay, so let's go to, well, I've got one person watching, and Following Truth, it has a live video right now. So I didn't know that he was doing one, but that's cool. So let's go to my videos, my channel, playlists. So if you want to know more about Scrivener, I've done 14 videos so far. And here we go. These ones here. So the 190 list of Scrivener. So I'm going to continue doing them. I've got quite a lot of information to go through. But okay, so I think that's the first video where I just explain it. Second video would be Ozion or Hosios, which, okay, yeah, so Matthew 1, oh, actually, to go to Matthew 1:23, so maybe it's that one. So anyway, if you want to go through the videos that I've done on Scrivener, they're not hugely long like the usual ones I do. Some of them, 1 hour, 19 minutes for another one, 49 for another, 12 minutes for that one, 24 for that one. So yeah, go through them. I'm putting them in. I say all the time, but I was doing it quite frequently. I need to really do. I've got about 3 or 4 that I can put in there at the moment. So yeah, that will help you understand why I think Scrivener was sloppy. He wasn't a Beezer. He wasn't like the King James translators. And so, yeah, the whole thing of which TR, the critical choices, and they're talking about this. It's completely wrong. And I actually heard Mark Ward say that they were going to update this to put I guess to put the 190 list in there. But yeah, at the end of the day, they're wrong there. And I'll just show you another error. This was just found just like, I was just like, I bet you they've got an error here in Revelation 1. I think I was studying it. I was like, I'll see what Mark Ward says, because he's saying, this is the go-to place where you can find all the variants. They might have actually fixed it. If they haven't, it's so sloppy. Yeah, here, I'm the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the ending. That's the King James reading. That's the TR reading. It's not the NA28 reading. It's deleted. It's just not part of their text. At the beginning and the ending. And so they're like, oh, let's focus on this one word, God. And that's what Timothy Berg. That's right, because I was doing the Textual Confidence Collective, and then I went through, found this, and I was like, you got to be joking. This is the go-to one where they're going, oh, see, it's different. Loved us, loves us, free, he's washed us. Just going through these things, but he missed at the beginning. That's huge. That's why hasn't he got that? And he's saying his side is the go-to thing. They've studied this out. They've done all this stuff. He's way more sloppy than Gail Ripplinger. You know what I mean? Why are these guys, when they make these type of ridiculous blunders, and which TR, and they've got the wrong list? Why are these guys considered good scholars? Why are they the go-to gurus? Mark Ward will point to Timothy Berg as like, an expert on the King James Version, when they're not even going to the right list. When they, the table of contents, in Revelation, they haven't, that was just, it's not like I've gone through the whole entire Bible. Now, Mark Ward asked me on Facebook to go through Matthew 1, and I did, and I found 4 places, and he amended 3 of them. That shows you how sloppy his scholarship is. So anyway, I'm going to back out of there. I just thought I'd show you that Erasmus does have it in his Annotationis, his appendix at the end of the 1881 Textus Receptus that he did. I'm pretty sure this appeared in all the editions up until probably the 1776 Textus Receptus edition came out, where they just have the printed Greek text. So let's just continue.
Perhaps it just was omitted through carelessness on Scrivener's part. There are other places in the text of the New Testament where Scrivener doesn't follow the 1611. So an example would be, and I didn't check, but I'm almost certain that he didn't try to find an underlying Greek for the word might rather than night. That's might like could versus night like the opposite of day in Matthew 26:34.
Okay, Matthew 26:34, because I heard TurretinFan's say this, and I was like, didn't sit right. 26:34. So let's just firstly look at the 1611. Matthew, the differences in Scrivener. So yeah, if you want to look at the King James Bible, just type the verse in and type in 1611, and this site comes up. So, okay, so 34. You can zoom right in there. 26:34. Jesus said to him, "Verily I say unto thee, that this might, before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me twice." So obviously it's this night. I mean, Dan Wallace says, if you saw the preamble for the Constitution of the United States of America and you saw the words, "We, the people, in order to form a more perfect onion," you would know it's union. And so here it's like, that this might, before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. Obviously, it's just the difference between an N and an M. And so if we were to look at, actually, I wonder what it has here, because this would show if it's absolutely accurate. This, yeah, they do put might. Okay. So let's look at just the King James Bible. That this might, before the cock crows, that's 1611. Verily I say, this might, 1611. We just want to go to the standard King James. There we go. This night. So obviously it's just a typo. So anyway, that is, just a typo. So it's no big deal. And it's not something that Scrivener would go with. So, they got a typo there, let's go with it. So obviously Ephesians was purposely omitted by Scrivener because it's in his list. Which to me, because it was put back in 1616, only like a few years after the translators have stopped working, the translators were involved in those type of issues with print errors and stuff like that. And so the 1638 edition is even said to be, there were original translators working on those issues and just reading through and saying, okay, well, it says this, let's amend these print errors and things like that. So anyway, I'll drop that back. But so that's where I guess your TurretinFan and Jeff Riddle probably should know that information. It's readily available on the internet, or just go to my website. Just type in 190 Visa and you'll get to my website in Google. Okay, so Jason Wolf says, "Hey Nick, thanks for accepting my friend request today. I've been watching a lot of your videos lately and have been learning a lot." Nice to meet you, Jason. Welcome out to the program. That's great. So let's continue with this rebuttal of Jeff Riddle.
As far as anyone that I can think of can argue, might in Matthew 26:34 was just in print. That M should have been N, and someone made a mistake in the printing of the King James Version in the 1611 edition.
Exactly.
Matthew 26:34 was not based on a different Greek text, but it was just had a typo or a printo. There are a couple of other places, though, where there is some difference between the later King James Version and the 1611. An example would be Matthew 13:6, where the 1611 implies uk, and the text of Scrivener follows the later King James, which has may. However, that's the difference between no and not in English. And again, it's possible that Scrivener just and 1611. Okay. An example would be Matthew 13:6.
Matthew 13:6. Okay. Six. We'll go to the 1611 first. Okay. I won't scroll right down. We'll just make it big straight away. 13. Matthew 14. Okay, so 36 must be up here. Here we go. And when the sun was up, they were scorched. And because they had not root, they withered away. Okay, because they had not root. So let's go to the standard version. Because they had not root. because they had no root, they withered away. Okay. Yeah, so it's not changed into no. Because they had no root, they withered away. So that would, to me, it's just a typo. Had not root. It should just say that because they had no root. So that would be interesting to go to Matthew 13:6. And what we'll do is we'll look at the cross references in Bible Hub, and we'll just see Matthew 13:21, because he yet he hath not root in himself. Okay, so not root is actually there in 13:21. Okay, so I'll just go back to the video because I guess I've confused myself to whether it was verse 6 or verse 21.
And 16:11. An example would be Matthew 13:6, where the 16:11 implies uk, and the text of Scrivener follows the later King James, which has may. However,
okay, so how would I study this? Let's have a look. I would go to my website, tr.org.au, Matthew 13:6. So firstly, we'll go down and open up Matthew 13, verse 6, and I'll see if maybe I've written something on this, but forgot. Okay, they had no root. They had no root. Okay. So the may here. Okay. There's nothing written on that. We've got the early versions, which is they had not root in Wycliffe. Someone's up. No root, no root. Matthew's lack of rotting withered away. Had not root of bishops. And when sun was up, so 16:11 had not root, but then later on had no root. Okay, so I can see that difference. It's a real difference. It's in some of the earlier Textus Receptus based Reformation Bibles. So the next stop would be TR Bibles. So if you go to my website, I've got a link straight to TR Bibles with compare versions with the King James Version 2016. That's the one that I've worked on. And then we go to interlinear, Matthew 13, 6. Okay, so I've got no root, 16:11, not root. Greens, no root. Not having a root is Julius Smith translation. Not sure about that one. Not root is Young's. Webster's have not root. Okay. Bishops have not root. The Geneva Bible has for lack of rooting. And Great Bible has them because they had no root. For lack of rooting, for so much as it had no root, covered out. So it looks like it was no, and then it went to not. It was not first, then it went to no a few times, and in the bishops it was not. And so, yeah, that's interesting. So where would I go from there? Well, I would check out the main source behind the King James Version. Actually, I'd go back to my page and I would go to books. Click on books and I'd go down to the 1598 of Beza here. So I'd click on that. Content. And so we're looking at Matthew. And then we might have to slide it across a little bit to get halfway through the book. that might be too far. Maybe check that one out. We're at the 13. Okay, so we've got 15 there. Actually, 14, yep. Maybe I've gone too far. 13. Okay, so it's this way. 13, 16. Nearly there. Takes a little while to navigate these pages. 13:6. Here we go. So let's check the Greek out. We'll zoom right in. Now I'll make this a separate page, so that way we can compare the Greek here. So halio, that would be sun there. Aniti lantos, ek u matiste, kdia to me, and so that's the me. That's the negative. And so, does it have the me here? There it is. So that's exactly what Theodore Beza has. So here's via do me, xen, and so it's exactly what is there, even except for the capitalization at the beginning. And so how can we check this? Okay, so how would I check and see that that's not an error there? Okay, so one of the things that I would do, you look, so this is the Greek of Theodore Beza. This is his own Latin translation of it, which would be pretty much just King James, but in Latin. And here's the Vulgate, so you can compare those. But he also has the annotationes at the bottom. So he has verse 6 here, and sometimes he might even write half the sentence. So he has me down here. So I'll just enlarge that. So we see he doesn't put these dots on the Greek, okay? So he leaves that clean, but he puts it on his own translation. So when we have the dots here on adore and propteria, we can go down here and he's got 6 adore, and then he's got the Greek there, and then down the bottom he's got et propteria. So he's got a little bit written about that. But notice it has et propteria, and then it has hidia to me. So that's exactly what it has here, hidia to me. So that's one of the cross references. So this is what I guess I want to teach people how to read Beza's, because like say with Brian Ross, this is what I did with him with Jude 125. So the first cross reference, is that correct, or does it have a typo? Because there's sometimes Beza does have a typo. Sometimes he omits the word God, and you're like, oh, it's not there. And then you look in the Latin and it's there, or he's actually talking about it in his annotationes, and it's like, oh, it is there. It must be a typo. And so he's got this type of cross reference through here. So you got me here, and then you've got me. I'll just enlarge it a little bit. I can't go any bigger. But he's got me down here as well. Okay, so when he's looking at the Latin, so here we can clearly see how this will be translated. Et, which must be equivalent to the K. Properta, quod non. So non, in my estimation, would be the negative. Okay, so non would be equivalent to the me. And let's just double check that. So we'll go to Matthew 13:6, like Bible Hub or something like that. I went 16:11. It's in my memory. Okay, that way Bible Hub. So if we go to the Greek here, the me is not, and So there's a little secret. If you go to additional parallel Greek, it'll bring up Beza's 1598 that we're just looking at. And then we can check it. So yeah, it's got the capitalization. It's got the may there. So it's not an issue in the text. It's all the way through. It's may. With no deviations from that. So that's exactly what it means. And that would be most probably what the King James translators translated. So he's written Sic etiam Erasmus superior versiculo. So what I'll do there is I'll just jump to a notepad. Just quickly type that out. Erasmus. Superiori. Seculo. Okay, so then I would grab that. I'll keep that saved because I'll put that in my website. Grab that and go to translate. Okay, detect image. Don't need all that. So also Erasmus in the above verse. It's pretty simple. And so as we can tell, it's exactly the same all the way through. And I'm pretty sure if we go to what I had here, actually hasn't got Erasmus's, but it's, yes, I'm not even sure why he wrote that there, but it's like he's just following Erasmus. So maybe Erasmus has something to say there. And you know, if I wasn't live and trying to go through a video, I'd probably go to Erasmus and look up all those ones as well. But so then it just comes down to, okay, so the may. So we've worked out that it is correct, the may, but is not or no. Which one is it? Okay, so then we go to, where do we go from here? We go, that had no root. Okay, so let's check out may. It can be translated not. It's translated that many times as not, and that many times as no. So it can be either one of them. So that's where it's like, okay, a later, you know, perhaps that was a print error. And so that's something that would have to be looked at. You'd have to look at all the editions of the AV, find out exactly when that came in or came out. But because I've got all the places where that word appears, I would go, okay, that I'll just look up root. Root of the trees. Because they had no root, that's the verse we're looking at. Mark 6, but when the sun was up, it was scorched, and because it had no root with the same Greek word. So that would be good internal evidence for the reading in Matthew that it is no root. So Mark 4:6. So I would go there. That's sort of what I was looking at before with going to Bible Hub and looking at like the cross-referencing system. Had no root, and so it's exactly the same Greek. I'm pretty sure we'll look that up. So clearly 1611 there has but when the sun was up, it was scorched, and because they had no root, it doesn't say not root, it withered away. So that is in the text of Mark, the parallel, the synoptic of Mark. So let's, okay, I'll just check these other places if it appears again. axes laid to the root of the trees. Okay. Beareth not the root, but the root the tree. Okay. So that's a different context in Romans, but it does say root and not there. So that one might be an interesting one just to quickly look at. I'll just see if the may appears there. It's got the oo, which would be, here's the may. Okay, let's just quickly check that. Boast not. Okay, so that's where the not is, not the root. So I would say that's the oo there. So it's not a may. So that it's got the may in the sentence, but it's quite a common word, and that's obviously for not there. Okay, so we were looking at Mark. Let's go. I'll just see if there's any root of bitterness. The root of David. Let's go back up. Okay, so Mark 4:6. Okay, so it's pretty much nearly identical. So where were we with that one? I'll actually delete that one. Just looking at Matthew 13:6. I'll just quickly go there again. Matthew 13:6. Sorry to go around the long way. Okay. Let's just check the similarities here. In the Greek. Wow. It's absolutely identical. How's that? That's amazing. It's absolutely word for word, except for the capital key there, which I know when I was putting all these in, I thought I'll do a shortcut and put the chi in. I was doing this in Revelation, and I copied the capital K instead of the small k, because sometimes it's at the beginning of a lot of sentences, and so that's how I know that that's my mistake. So it's nowhere else. So that's obviously a different number there. It's a mistake. But yeah, it's exactly the same. So here we have, this solves the problem. Okay, so the King James, and it has, but when the sun was up, it was scorched. And because they had no root, it withered away. And so here it has, and when the sun was up, they were scorched. And because they had no root, they withered away. So that's amazing. It's really good. So that just proves that it is no root. So I've got, I guess in a way, this is how you get over these issues. And the thing is too, like someone like TurretinFan, he's not doing this deliberately. He probably has just heard this. But see, for me, just doing that type of detailed examination, his whole argument just fell to the floor there. So
that's the difference between no and not in English. And again, it's possible that Scrivener has considered that to be a typo and corrected it appropriately. A bigger issue would be.
Okay, so one last place I'm going to check, and then I'll just get back to the video, is I will go to Mark and check out what Beza has. So let's just go to Mark. It was at chapter 4, verse 6. I'm pretty sure it was. Okay, where are we? It's chapter 3. Let's jump a few pages. Okay, I think I'm back a page. If he's got May here, it's pretty much, and there we have it. Via to May. So, and here we have, okay, so the other one said non, but when you see a line above that, usually it's got, it's supposed to have an N, so the line above Latin ones. And then I would check too as well to see if it's in the, it doesn't look like he's got anything written about verse 6 there. And so he hasn't even got, he's got verse 2, verse 5, verse 8, and verse 10. So he doesn't even mention that there. So, but it's definitely the same Greek. So to have it the same in English, that to me, that just solves the problem. And so Scrivener's has made, so that it's really just a non-issue. It's just an extra T, a typo in the 1611 in Matthew. So sometimes I'll do these studies and go, that's it. And if I don't put this into my website, my, my goldfish style memory just fades. And then someone will bring this up in 5 years and go, see, it's an error. And then you have to do all this study again. But that I've just proven without a shadow of a doubt. To me, that's just absolutely concrete that there's no issue there. It's just not an issue. It's a typo. Okay, so Jason Wolf says, so the revisions of the King James changed more than spelling and font? No. The revisions of the King James, it's, spelling and font, yes, they did change print errors. So obviously back in those days, printers, they had to do everything in a mirror. And so you had the uppercase and lowercase letters, the capitals and the smaller letters, and so they were all backwards, and so they would put them in, and especially in that German type of font that they had the original King James in, it could be hard to see what it should be, and so they had it written out before them, and so they had to go with those written words, and so someone could have made an error on what was written, and someone could have made an error in print. But yeah, back in those days, it was a hard job. It was very difficult, and so they it's just like with manuscripts. In any handwritten work, there are errors, because people, they're looking at one page, they're looking at another, looking at one page, so they make errors. It's just part of life, and that's why when we look at manuscripts, we have to examine whether these type of errors have made it into the text, and so when we look at earlier printed editions, or even today, I was just listening to an audio book on Zwingli and Jan Hus on my Scribd account, and they said Australia instead of Austria. So straight away I thought, how did they get to that mistake? It probably auto-corrected. And the more that I thought about it, I thought this voice, even though it sounds human, is probably a robot. I might even just play a tiny bit of it. Because I couldn't tell whether it was a human or a robot. And I was thinking, that's not the type of mistake that people would make. Anyone reading through, a historical thing about Europe wouldn't say Australia, and they had a British accent. And so, okay, where have I gone with that one? Books that I've saved. Zwingli. Okay. Here we go.
The previously triumphant but fatigued Swiss against the newly crowned French King Francis I. The two sides fought for about 28 hours. Some historians have attributed the victory of the French to the diversity of Francis's soldiers,
and so I would say that's probably a robot, because they said Australia instead of Austria. So anyway, that just shows you how even in modern times, just to make that type of mistake, or it could have just auto-corrected spelling. There's nothing worse than when you send a text and it auto-corrects before you go to send, and it's like, hang on, it's auto-corrected some word into something you didn't intend to send. So we've got these problems all the way through history. These do creep into massive documents like the Bible, unfortunately. But And oftentimes these are the type of things that get brought up. So people will be like, oh, it's a mistake. Scrivener probably made this mistake. Oh, if he's back translating, he should have done this and done that. And it's like you go through all this rigmarole of checking Beezer and cross-checking other TR editions and Scrivener, and you go through it and it's like, oh, it's just a typo. So some scribe back then was just like, oh, I'll put a T in there. And but perhaps he was looking at a draft. Maybe it was the guy who wrote it by hand. It could have just been... he could have put a T on there. Who do we blame? Well, we don't have to blame anyone now. We have the correct reading. So Yar Rescue says, I have a question about your positions. Is it the 1611 King James? What happens when there are print errors in the first edition? Yeah, so I guess I'm sort of dealing with that as well. And yeah, I don't mind your questions. The next one says, I joined in halfway through you discussing print errors. I was curious of exactly how you view the 1611 in regard to print errors and determine print errors. Yeah, so I see print errors as just a natural part of life. It doesn't change the words of God. If we have, and so this is how I view a lot of variants in the manuscripts. They're just errors of people, they're writing things. And just because someone goes through and they make a mistake, it doesn't mean we have to have it at the bottom of the page there or in a marginal note or whatever. Sometimes it's just silly errors. They create grammatical blunders. And so they're like the cross-referencing thing that I just did by going to the 1611, going to the modern King James, going to Beezer, going to his annotations, going to his Latin, then going to cross-referencing with internal evidence of how the King James translators did translate. I mean, that whole verse was absolutely identical in the Greek in Beezer. And so the only word that was changed in the King James was one started with a but and the other one started with an and. But then you've got to take into consideration that it's in a paragraph, it's in a context. And so one would justify having an and one would justify having a but there. But at the end of the day, it's just a print error. It's not just like if I was to type out the Bible and upload it on the internet. I'm sure that when the first person put the King James Bible up on the internet, it could have been like an Oxford edition, or perhaps even Scrivener worked on the Cambridge Paragraph Bible, which was in 1873. Maybe they put that one up there. Maybe they typed it all out or copied and pasted it from, the old Logos Bible software or something like that, and they put it up there. And perhaps they had typos and errors, but it doesn't change the fact that the Word of God is. If you study through these print issues, they're very easily spotted. Some might need a little bit more work than others. Like that one required a little bit more work, and it was actually the internal evidence of having exactly the same Greek with the no reading there. And so that's where I would go. I would look to those type of things, and I could probably even go further because just in saying that, I could say, okay, well, maybe Mark's wrong. Maybe that should have it not there, and they've actually left out the letter T, and so that would be another angle. It's like, okay, I'll look at that. But from what I can see, and just a cursory look doing that, and not spending an hour and a half on that one issue, that's just a print error in Matthew, and so it doesn't. Those things have been fixed up in later editions, and but see, the thing is, once you do that, you can go 50 years. Someone goes, okay, well, I'm going to do the King James Bible, or people in America are like, let's do the King James, and they do their own print errors. See, with printing comes print errors. With manuscripts comes scribal errors. It's just a fact of life. It's just like with computers, laptops, phones, we do typos, and sometimes spell check changes it to something. So you didn't want to say something, but you ended up saying it. So I would say that that doesn't affect the core of what the Word of God is. We can always just double, triple check these things and find out what it really is.
Be the omission of the phrase of God from 1 John 5:12. Again, and Scrivener followed the later King James, not the earlier King James, and did include the of God in the underlying Greek.
Okay. So Yeah, so he's actually making a mistake here. So he is assuming that the italics, the of God, when you look at, so I'll have to sort of show you this issue. So I know quite a bit about it because I guess it is a real issue where the other ones are just like print errors. This is a print error, but a later print error where they actually printed an italic in the King James unnecessarily. Or perhaps they did this on purpose, but it doesn't mean that's what's reflected in the choices of the translators. And so verse 16. So I'll just quickly check and see if that's what he's talking about, because I sort of assumed that that's exactly what he was saying.
So again, whether he did that because he believed
937. Okay, so we'll just jump back to here.
Scrivener just considered that to be a typo and corrected it appropriately. A bigger issue would be the omission of the phrase of God from 1 John 5:12. Again,
1 John 5:12. So that's completely different. Okay, 1 John 5:12. Now I'll just jump
at this point
out of that. So I assumed that he was going to 1 John 3:16, because what happened here is the love of God. I'll just show you this, even though he didn't bring it up. In the 1611, it's fine. Okay, it's in Theodore Beza's Greek, Latin, and in the Vulgate. So I'll just show you that. To Theo, and so agapeo at the beginning, so that would equate to charitatum, and so then we have the same in the Vulgate. So it says love of God. Now, it's in Scrivener's. He has tot theo, so it's agapein, tot theo. But in the 1611 that we have today, it appears in italic like this. So that's after 1769 they put in an italic, which I think is wrong. And so that people go, oh, that's not in the Greek. So the New King James, being lazy, and this is why I don't go with the New King James, because I think they were very lazy in their scholarship. It has by this we know love, and they saw the italics and said, well, let's not put of God in there. Where if they actually just did a little bit of homework like I did, they would see that this italic is just a print error. It actually says, by this we know the love of God. It should have that there. They don't even have a footnote showing that they changed that from the King James, showing that they actually thought that this was a legitimate, it's not in the Greek sort of thing. Now, perhaps Blaney, looking at earlier editions of the TR, went, it shouldn't be in there, or whatever his personal bias was to do that in italics, or perhaps it was a typo. But at the end of the day, the 1611 clearly has it, and it's in Beza. It's in, even Scrivener has it. So the New King James says it follows the Greek. Why didn't they follow the Greek here? Because it's clearly in Scrivener's text. And so that's where I say, well, New King James doesn't follow the Textus Receptus here. And it just so happens to be a place, I'm pretty sure. So I know this is a side issue and he didn't even bring this up, but I just wanted to, once you sort of go there, it's like, okay, I'm already happening. The train's already left the station, so let's this is actually omitted by the modern Bibles. We know what love is. It doesn't say love of God. We know what real love is. By this we know love. By this we know what love is. So here we have the love of God. See the italic? But it actually shouldn't be in italic. And then New King James follows the Westcott and Hort type text. So it's where people are like, oh no, the New King James, Mark Ward, just follow the New King James. It follows the Textus Receptus. What about here? It's not following it. And yes, there is an issue of having an italic there, which we don't need, but shouldn't scholars be able to, work that out? If I can work it out and I'm just some guy on the internet, obviously people who get paid to do translation work should be able to figure this out. That's why I don't like the New King James, because I've found like about 500 really dumb errors like that in the New King James. So oftentimes New King James follows the Stephanus 1550. Yeah, that's true. And I think a lot of the scholars still, even to this day, like you look at Mark Ward's article, when you go through, where is it, Mark Ward's critique here. Later on in the article, he's got all these places, and like I showed you how sloppy his scholarship is on his website, he's showing the difference between the Stephanus TR, so the 1550, and Scrivener TR. Why would you show that? Like, seriously, the King James went with Beza. Even Scrivener said we're going with Beza. And so why go right back to 1550? What's the point in doing that? It's just, it's so silly. And it's funny. I'll just point out here. He mentions me here. So he's got Robert Truelove. Why are you using the King James, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, the proprietor of TextusReceptusBibles.com is a frequent participant in online discussions over confessional bibliology and the received text advocacy, has compared being called King James only to being called the N-word. Well, if that's not true, then why did Mark Ward recently sort of repent of calling people King James only? So I won't do that anymore. Okay, so it either is a bad word and you don't care what people say, or it is a bad word and you're going to repent of it, or it's not a bad word and you're just going to keep doing it regardless. And so here he's like scolding me. It's like using the N-word. What an idiot, sort of thing. It's like, okay, whatever. But at least I made it in his article. How strange Mark Ward is. Okay, so where were we going with that? So I rabbit trailed to there, which we didn't really need to do, but so we want to go to 513, I think he said. Now I have to go back to the video, rewind it. Sorry about that. Goldfish. Here we go.
Scrivener followed the later King James, not the earlier King James, and did include the of God in the underlying Greek. So again, whether he did that because he...
I think he's talking about the issue that I just talked of. So let's look at the one that he's thinking of. 938. Okay, so let's just go back to 9. There.
There are a couple of other places, though, where there is some difference between the later King James Version and the 1611. An example would be Matthew 13:6, where the 1611 implies ook, and the text of Scrivener follows the later King James, which has may. However, that's the difference between no and not in English. And again, it's possible that Scrivener just considered that to be a typo and corrected it appropriately. A bigger issue would be the omission of the phrase of God from 1 John 5:12. Again,
1 John 5:12. Okay, so let's... 1 John. I'll firstly see if I've written anything about that. Oops. 1 John 5:12. He that hath the Son hath life, and he that hath not the Son of God hath not life. So he's definitely not talking about that verse. Maybe there's a different issue there, but
again, at this point, Scrivener followed the later King James, not the earlier King James, and did include the of God in the underlying Greek. So again, whether he did that because he believed...
So he's saying it's of God, okay? So that's why I got confused with it. It's like there's no of God here. Okay, we have Son of God. So maybe he is talking about this, but it's definitely got Totheo. So it has the Son, the God or the Son of God. So it's got the may here, which is not, which we saw before. I'm not sure if there's any issue here. The Son of God. Let's see if there's any issues. He that hath not the Son of God. So that's what he's saying it is. He hath not the Son. Okay, yeah, there is a difference. So that's interesting, because I just assumed that he was talking about that other verse, and he wasn't. So he that hath the Son hath life, and he that hath not the Son, and that has of God, hath not life. Okay. So where would I go with that? I'd start from the beginning again. So let's go to, there's not much on my website about that. So I would go straight to Visa. Let's go to 1 John. Okay, so we're actually closer to 2 John. So I'll go Secunda. The second one, we'll go back a bit. And so and it's verse 12. So I'm pretty sure he's got quite a lot written on the comma in these pages. So heaps written. Okay. We'll just keep moving through this. Okay, so verse 13. So here it is here. Verse 12. So he has hotheos of God. Okay, well, that's very interesting. Actually, 12 is here. I did a parablepsis. So, yeah, it does have that as well. See, it's very similar of God, God, theos, theou there. So it has ume, Hixson, to weon, to theo. So let's jump onto my website here. Actually, yeah, let's go to Bible Hub while we're there. We'll go 1 John. Uh, 5 and 12. Okay, so remember the little trick I said. If you go to, oh no, that is the parallel text, so that should have Beezer in it. It does. Okay, so we have Toweon Totheo. Here we have Stephanus's text, Toweon Totheo. It's in Scrivener's as well. Okay, so from a cursory look, it's in everything. And from a cursory look through verse 12 here, it has, it's clearly in the text. Filium Dei. So it's clearly in Beezer. It's in Scrivener. And the only place where it's not is in the 1611. So let's just go back to where that was. I might have actually shut the page down, but we'll just ramp one of these ones up. Okay, so we're going John 5, 12, 16, 11. Okay. Oops, where are the pictures? Okay, 5:12. Here. No, that's, I didn't go first, John. There we go, that will help. First John 5:12. he that hath the Son hath life, and he that hath not the Son, and it should say of God, hath not life. So to me, that is clearly a typo. It's omitted, and even Scrivener saw that as a typo because he puts of God there as well. Beza has it, Scrivener has it, later King James editions have it, and I bet you if I type in 1 John 5:12, KJV 16:11, there's probably some article written about it. It's my website there. Maybe I also print. Yeah, Wilkini, he's prolific in writing this stuff. Printing errors. Okay, so let's go to 5:12. So it's fixed in 1629. There we go. So someone's already gone through and done all that for us, and that was fixed in 1629. And a lot of the translators would have still been alive then. I think King James had died by then, and Charles was in charge. But yeah, interesting. So there we go. That answers that one. So that's the thing. Going through, some of these guys are mentioning these things, and usually they're just quoting other scholars like Norton, or they've got a list of errors and like, see, let's look at this error and that error, but they're not really going to the mat and making a definitive conclusion. And if TurretinFan had done that, because every example I'm showing you is just basically a print error. It's quite easy to figure this out. Where he's making these claims. He's saying, I could have done this, could have done that, could have done this. And so we're going, okay, let's study these things to the nth degree. And I'm not even studying these to the nth degree. I mean, we could go through and look at all from Erasmus, look at all the editions, look at all the annotations and go through, and which Scrivener claimed to do, but I don't think he did. I think he just had like maybe back then he had those books open, but it's a lot of work to do.
That the King James was correct or incorrect, or was a typo, or the reason, we don't know. Ultimately, though, all of this is illustrative of not a criticism of Scrivener's generally.
So notice, we don't know. You can easily find it out.
High quality work. This is all illustrative of the fact that Scrivener wasn't intending his work to serve in the purpose that it has come to serve for the CB group. I'm just going to refer to the group that likes to call itself confessional bibliology as the CB group. So the CB group wants to use this text, the way the Trinitarian Bible Society has printed it, as a reference text to provide the Greek that goes along with the King James Version of the Bible, which in a sense it does, but that wasn't the reason why Scrivener provided it in the first place. His real reason for providing it was to highlight the differences between the King James, the underlying text of the King James, and the underlying Greek text of the Revised Version. So
I would agree with that, and that's one of the things which a lot of confessional guys, I wouldn't say a lot of them, but it does sort of seep through a little bit. It's like, well, we've got our TR, it's Scrivener's, and then I'm like, okay, well, Scrivener, he was a little bit sloppy in his scholarship here and there, and Scrivener sort of changed a few things that were unnecessarily changed here and there, and it's sort of like I feel the pushback because it's like, well, we're not King James only, and it's like, oh yeah, that's cool. Calm down. King James. See, the thing is, King James only has become such a scarecrow term that people just don't want anything to do with. And you get labeled King James only if you sort of skip over Scrivener's text and go, okay, I go with the underlying text of the King James. I mean, that's what Scrivener's is ultimately. I understand it's probably the whole wholesale, it's a back translation. That whole concept is silly. Now, I pointed out that Jeff Riddle was attempting to do that, rightfully so. His conclusion is good, but the way he got there was a bit like, I can't agree with those ways he got there, but I agree with his whole sentiment. That's fine. It's not a back translation. But it is the choices of the 1611 translators. And that has to be acknowledged. And we don't have to be ashamed of that. It's like, just because James White and a few others go, King James only, King James, and bad, King James, bad, and he's a homosexual, he's bad, he's a pedophile, that's bad, he's this, that's bad, or the translators were drunken idiots, that's bad. And we don't have to go along with their narrative. I mean, this is why people are like, oh, they don't associate with themselves with certain groups or certain things, because it's like those groups have slander against them. It's like, well, big deal. Call me whatever you want, man. I'm going to follow what the truth is, that the underlying text of the King James. If I could go back in a time machine, I'd say to Lancelot Andrews, hey, Lancelot, do a Greek, just get B's as Greek, write it all out, change those 20 places where you changed in the King James, and print that. Then we wouldn't need Scrivener to do it later. It would just, and the King James only movement and the TR movement would be pretty much the same thing. But we probably wouldn't be going back to some English words to check these things out. We'd just be going back to Lancelot Andrews' text and going, the Greek says this, which is pretty much nearly identical to Scrivener's. There's just a few issues here and there. So, I mean, like, in all seriousness, when you're discussing Beza, Scrivener, King James, you are splitting hairs, man. Like, when you go through the differences between the TR and the critical text, or between Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, they're poles apart. I mean, we're talking about just a few millimeters here, where these guys are 100 miles apart in these manuscripts and differences, and we're pointing these out, and they're like, "What about you? You're 1 millimeter away," and it's like, oh, if I stand here, am I okay? No, you're a King James onlyist now. Okay, I'll move 1 millimeter that way. Oh, now you're a TR onlyist. Okay, I'll step back and go, no, you're a Beza prioritist. It's like, seriously, it's ridiculous. It's splitting hairs. And I know I split hairs over these because I'm interested in that type of thing. But I'm not using it against someone, I'm doing it for my own, like, oh, okay, this is interesting, and to try and get an accurate position. And so when someone says these type of things, like, there's the TR doesn't match the King James, and this is wrong, and Scrivener's edition, I can have adequate answers. But at the end of the day, I mean, this is like, we're dividing grains of salt here, with these guys are eating a double quarter pounder. You know what I mean? Like, they're straining at a gnat and they're swallowing a camel. So does TurretinFan ever explain why he thinks the confessional bibliology folks aren't really confessional? I'm not sure. He might have done that. I've sort of, in the last video, I sort of skipped over a little bit at the end. And so he could have gone through that. And I know TurretinFan is like sort of akin in his bibliology and a few other things to James White. And so obviously, James White would say, I'm not part of the confessional bibliology guys because of this reason and that reason or whatever. So I don't think it's something that he would shy away from saying. Helg says, now I know how to scare away critical text guys. We go out into the middle of the field of textual criticism and raise up a scarecrow right in the middle of the field with the TR label written on the forehead. Yeah, well, they say we're afraid of variance. I mean, at the end of the day, we're not afraid to look into these issues. We're looking at them. We're dealing with them. Actually, I think you've written critical text guys, CT guys. There should be confessional bibliology guys. I know how to scare away CB guys, go out in the middle of the field. Is that right? I don't know, because I was just saying about how the King James is a scarecrow term. Well, I guess TR only has become a scarecrow term as well. And so some people are trying to get away from that, where I'm like, look, I'm over being called absolutist, King James. So I've sort of become over this in the last few years, but it seems like it just keeps coming up, especially with Mark Ward sort of publicly saying he won't call people that anymore, but then he did call people that. And it's like, we've got this new term, absolutist, and we can use that, and that makes them Catholics and Mormons and Muslims now. So anyway, let's just see what TurretinFan's says, because I don't want to just label TurretinFan as a Mark Ward fanboy or a James White fanboy until he's actually practicing that, because sometimes I have that habit in videos where I'm like, okay, well, this guy knows this other guy, so he's a psycho, where it's like, okay, let's let him say his own thing. Now, he just went through a whole bunch of things in the King James where basically they're typos. So that these things are just, they should be known, yes, but then TurretinFan's should study into these before he's doing videos on them. But just like I would hold Jeff Riddle to that same standard with Ephesians chapter 6, verse 24, he should know whether that's in Scrivener's appendix at the end or not. And or if you're going to be publicly talking about this stuff, especially, I know I might say things along the way and I'm like, oh, I think this and I'm not sure about this. But yeah, I guess in a way, it's okay to be wrong. 1 minute I'm scolding them, next minute I'm saying, okay, I probably do the same thing as well. And so that's fine. Let's just move on.
It's getting a little bit, it's putting more weight on the text than Scrivener himself intended the text to carry, to place this kind of burden on it. That said, let's jump into the lecture and see what Dr. Riddle has to say. As I said, I'll pause, sporadically to try to address his questions. And I think I said 1.5.
Because at the end of the day, where was this? Because most conventional bibliology guys, TR guys, are holding up the blue bound book and saying, here's all the words. Okay, so before 1881, just say it's like 1850, where were all the words? And it's like, what the Bible Society was originally told to do was to go with the Greek text, to go with the Hebrew text, and to go with the King James. And so that's why they have that those three moving together. And then, Scrivener's done his work, so it's like, okay, now we can push the King James to the side and just have the Greek there. That's fine. And the thing is, okay, where's the exact Hebrew text of the King James? See, the Masoretic text is printed now by the Trinitarian Bible Society. It doesn't match up exactly. And it's even bigger. So you got a few places just here, just tiny little hair splitting things. You know what I mean? And that's because the King James guys created their own Masoretic text as well. And so, I've got the Hebrew here, Jay Green's one. So what's interesting is even like Jay Green in, say, this one, I highly recommend this. Interlinear Greek New Testament. Now it's fallen a bit because I've used it so often. But this, at the end of Ephesians, has the final amen in it. So it's like, it's different. If it was following verbatim the text of Scrivener, it wouldn't have the final amen, but it does have the final amen. And so that's where I guess there's a bit of pushback. Oh, actually, yeah, that's interesting. So I'll just show you this. I'll just enlarge myself a bit there. So in the text, the amen is not in the Greek at the end there. Okay. But it's in his translation. The grace be with all that love the Lord Jesus Christ in incorruptibility. Amen. Okay. So then it has the King James on the other side. Grace be with all them that love our Lord Jesus Christ in sincerity. Amen. And then it's got the Tychicus mention there, which is in Beza, but it's not in Scrivener. Well, I don't think it's in Scrivener anyway. But so Jay Green's like, okay, I'll put an amen there. and it's not in italics, and so he thinks that it should be in there. And so the final amen there, where was I going with that? So Jay Green, he puts it in there, and let's just check the New King James, which says it follows the Greek and all that. So let's look at New King James version, in 6. See if they've even got a footnote or anything there. They've got the final amen. So they're actually not following the Greek text of Scrivener, which they claim to follow. They're just going, whoa, and it's not even in italics. So they've made a conscious decision to depart from the text of Scrivener, and they're like, well, let's go with the text of Beza and with the King James, and they haven't put a footnote there. But like I was saying, with if you go to the New King James in John 3:16, clearly they don't have any footnote. Let's just read the full chapter. By this we know love. It doesn't say love of God. And you think, okay, it must be a footnote there. No, 3:14, 3:19, it doesn't have a footnote there. So they're just following italics at one point, and then in the other place they're adding a word there, following the King James, but they're not following the original King James, and it's like, it's pretty messy, but at the end of the day, the King James scholarship is pretty poor. It's pretty dismal. But when it comes to the end there, Jay Green is adding the amen. New King James guys are adding the amen. So they're departing from the Greek. The King James doesn't have the amen in the original, but it was put in later. Scrivener, so these guys are at different, you can tell that this is just different scholarship. And see, the thing is, because Scrivener's working in the original languages, we expect him to be a lot more thorough than, say, like the New King James guys or the Jay Green edition. But I just put these guys pretty much on the same level. Just as I'm seeing errors in the New King James, I see errors in Scrivener. He does a good job, but it's not 100%. So that's where I'm like, well, I can't get around that. Sometimes he spots a typo, and he reads it wrong, and in Beza's text, and he says it means something, and it doesn't mean something, and that he's adding something back in that didn't need adding, and things like that. So Jay Green also has the amen in his own literal translation left column, though he used the TBS 1769 text for the interlinear. Yeah, so I've got that one here. So that other one, the interlinear I just showed you, was Jay Green's, and so I think it's the modern King James on the side. And it's worth having, because it's if you want a Greek text with that, it was done in 1996, I think. So let's look at Ephesians in this old, I think 1976 edition. Let's see if it has the final amen in this. Okay, so Ephesians 6. He doesn't even have the amen in his translation here. That's interesting. Sorry, I'll just answer this one. So let's go to here. I'll show you that one. So hopefully, I hate doing this because it's all backwards. I've just almost got to pretend that the camera's not there. Okay, so we see the last line down the bottom. Oops, I'm on the wrong side because it's all backwards. So that word there in the Greek, where it says incorruptibility, so we know in his translation there he has incorruptibility. He doesn't have the amen there. Okay, and so that's not another translation. This is he just only has his translation there. So he doesn't have the amen. So in this one, he doesn't have the amen. Fast forward it 20 years later, in his translation, he does have the amen. Okay, so let's check berries. But the thing is, berries is going with the 1550 text. So he's not going with Scrivener's, but we'll just check it anyway, just for a bit of fun. The train's already departed from the station, and it does have the amen in there. So where are we? The amen appears there, and they have the King James. Just wondering what else I've got here that I could look at, but anyway, I think you get the drift. So let's go back. Actually, I'll answer some of these questions. So we've got James West has entered the building. Why did TR folks have to adapt Erasmus' ill translation from Latin to Greek in Revelation? We don't. In fact, that never happened. And so if you believe that, then you believe in what I would say is a conspiracy theory by Delitzsch. And so Delitzsch came up, he found a manuscript. Now, whether this was owned by the Bible collector Reuchlin, because Reuchlin owned tons and tons of Bibles of that era. So Erasmus, he borrowed an edition with a commentary. So it's a Greek commentary with a Greek edition of Revelation in it. And he said he spotted homoioteuton in chapter 22, verse 19, where it talks about the book of life and the tree of life, etc. So he said he examined other Greek copies. So he had more than one Greek copy. He examined them, and because he was, what they had to do with Reuchlin's Codex, because it was, it would have like one line of scripture and a whole bunch of commentary, they couldn't just write the whole thing out. What they had to do was they had to extrapolate the Greek from the commentary and write it out. So that's how they got the biblical text. And so when they came to the end of the book of Revelation, Erasmus said there were a few words. So a few, when he's talking about he's spotting homoioteuton and things like that in verse 19, obviously he's got verse 19. Where Delitzsch years and years later found this edition of Reuchlin's that had the last page fallen off. And he was like, see, Erasmus had 136 words missing, 6 entire verses. And we're all like, oh, how can he write commentary on some of these verses about the Greek and things like that? And it's just become this conspiracy theory. Tregelles swallowed it wholeheartedly. So people are like, well, Tregelles is a good scholar. He's the James White of that era. And so they just swallowed this conspiracy theory, and it goes against everything Erasmus said. Basically, it makes Erasmus out to be a complete liar. So I've done 3 videos on that. If you go, I'll show you where to go. If you go to YouTube, go to my channel. If you type in, whatever gets you there. But if I go to my playlist, so you go to my playlist and last 6 versions. So I've done 3 videos on this. And so you can see, this one goes for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Next one, 2 hours and 38 minutes, and then 2 hours. So you've got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours on that topic there. So you can go through and see what I'm saying there. Okay, so hopefully it helps you and that guides you on your way to understanding that you have to believe in another Erasmian anecdote, the banana peel situation where he's rushing to print, or the whole issue of, he's promised to put the comma in, and someone's made a whole entire manuscript, Codex Montfortianus, to persuade him to put the comma in. Or I was listening to someone the other day. They said, "Oh no, he was threatened with death. He was going to get killed." Spanish Inquisition were knocking at the door, like Monty Python, You never expect them to turn up when they do, but when they do, it's like you change your mind real quick. And so he was doing that, and he had the competence in polyglot guys. He was rushing to print, and so he was just slipping all over the place, and that's why he was making these type of blunders and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, you can go through that, and you can see that I think the whole concept of Erasmus only having one manuscript for the Book of Revelation is ridiculous. Okay, so hopefully that helps you. Please do not deny that Erasmus did that. It's in his notes. It is Tree of Life, not Book of Life. Okay, so how would Erasmus know that in the Greek? So yeah, I deal with that in my videos. You can watch them. If you haven't watched them, go watch them. Then you'll be informed about my position on it. And then you'll go, okay, well, I disagree with you here and there. So, yeah, hopefully that helps. James West says, this was disproven by Crans in 2011. In his notes, James White is not a good scholar. He is barely academic. Well, James White just parrots Crans, and so I know he's not a good scholar. And I think Tregelles wasn't a good scholar either. But it was disproven by Crans. Not really. Crans, he misquotes Erika Rummel, and he makes out that Erasmus doesn't believe in he doesn't believe Erasmus knew who the author of Revelation was. So instead of his notes basically saying that the Greeks once doubted who wrote Revelation, which is historically proven, he changes the Latin word olim there to in his translation into English to mean Erasmus doubted who wrote Revelation. So making it look like he didn't care about it. And this is parroted by James White. It's probably been parroted by him about 100 times on his dividing line program. And so that's in my article, that's in my videos as well, so you can follow that through. And so I do talk about Jan Kranz, I talk about Erika Rummel, I talk about their differences in translation. And so, yeah, you can go through that and you can see where I've shown that there are questions raised about the way that Jan Kranz has brought across his material. I mean, when we showed Jan Kranz that the text of Beza, the Latin text of Beza, was mistranslated, and so we, myself, Jeff Riddle, Larry Brigden, who's an expert in Latin, and Jeff Riddle knows Latin as well. So we showed him where there was an issue in the translation. He agreed, because how could you not agree? And he actually, in his conjectural emendation, or in the website in Munster about conjectures, he has a note there basically saying, yes, well, Erasmus did say he had an ancient manuscript, but he tricked himself and he didn't have an ancient manuscript. That's his answer. Not that you just take Erasmus by what he's saying. He said he had an ancient manuscript, so there it is. He's like, no, he said that, but we don't believe him. So this is the type of scholarship by Kranz. It's ridiculous. I've proven him wrong several times. I even corrected him recently on Facebook, where he was talking about if anyone sees any errors in the conjectural page, and I just said, okay, Revelation 16:5, you say that the Ethiopic only has the past and the future, I think it was, or maybe the present and the future part of who wasn't, isn't, and shall be, or who wasn't, isn't, is to come. And so, but I proved to him that that's how the Ethiopic reads. And so he was saying the opposite on his website. So I proved him wrong. And whether he takes that on board, I mean, these guys for 300 years have thought that there is a conjectural emendation at Revelation 16:5. I've proven it. There's no conjectural emendation there. It's a part of Nomina Sacra. Jeff Riddle, Larry Brigden, they brought out more scholarship with the retranslation of the Annotationis of Erasmus at Revelation 16:5, and also with comparing Revelation 1:4 and 1:8, and also 4:8 and 11:17. When you go through those annotations, you can clearly see what Beza was saying, and he clearly in Revelation 16.5 says that he had an ancient manuscript, and that's why he put that in there. Okay, so you have on page 675, and so that's actually 625 in Erasmus's. By memory, I remember that page being wrong because it's a typo. Erasmus admits doing it. Nick, you are wrong. You can look yourself. Yes, I do go through that issue if you go through my videos. And so have you gone through my videos? If you've gone through them, great. If you haven't, I recommend you go through them because I do explain that type of thing and explain exactly what I'm talking about. So thanks for your questions, and let's continue.
5 as the playback speed. Let me see if I can just up it to 1.5, and hopefully that will do the trick. So I should point out, this reasoning with the disputer of this world is part of a theme of the presentation that he's providing. Let me jump back a second.
It's wonderful once again to be with you. I am primarily in my calling a preacher, and so
I'm afraid 1.5 might be too fast for some listeners. I'm going to drop it back down to 1.25.
What I'm doing in these presentations is a little bit different, obviously, than what I would do on a Lord's Day morning conference. As was noted, we sort of gave some general introductory text apologetics. We're getting in, maybe following the basic.
Okay, so he's skipping through stuff, so that's why Jeff Riddle's talking, then it's jumps and jumps. So we just have to put up with that.
Sorry, just jumping through some of
the audiences that are addressed in 1 Corinthians.
So here, I'm jumping through this, but he's giving the background for the reason for this title, and that has to do with text about apologetics. So it's not particularly relevant to his arguments here, although I would question whether it's right to refer to Dr. Ward as a disputer of this world as opposed to one of the brethren. I don't know if he's intentionally doing that, and I gather from his remaining comments that he's not trying to do that. So,
but I would definitely say that Mark Ward, I would put him in that bag. So
I won't read too much into that choice. I think it's just a nice way to divide up the 3 lectures into 3 topics.
Corinthians chapter 1, scribe for foolishness of this world. In the second session, we're going to cover this world, that topic, but we're looking at reasoning with the disputer of this world. And so in this session, we're asking, how does one defend the traditional text, the confessional text, against those who within the broader circles of evangelical and even Reformed Christianity actively reject and fight against it?
Now, I'll pause here to say the focus of Dr. Ward's article, which Textus Receptus, is a critique of confessional bibliology, as he says in the subtitle of the article. It is not an attack on Receptus. It's not an attack on...
So this is the thing, as if Mark Ward's going to say, I'm attacking the Textus Receptus. No, he will say what he wants people to think that he's doing, but then he will do whatever he wants. And that's what we've found with Mark Ward. He'll say, I'm being charitable. I'm a charitable guy. And then he'll turn around and be passive aggressive, say all sorts of crazy things about TR people, KJV people, make a whole bunch of slanderous claims. And then but people are like, well, Mark Ward's such a nice guy. Like it's almost like if you just say, like, if I just said, hey, I'm the nicest guy in the whole KJV TR movement. If I just kept saying that every video, people would probably start parroting it and say, well, Nick Sayers is actually the nicest guy. And Mark Ward just knows that type of thing. He's like the sham wow guy. He's like the Amway guy. He's got a neon smile and he's trying to win your favor and trying to win you across. And but at the end of the day, he's absolutely toxic with what he says, and he's caustic. You talk, he doesn't deal, like he'll just say, I'm only talking about the readability and all the rest of it, but then he's got whole articles on the Textus Receptus. But then when you challenge him on it, oh no, I'm only talking about the issues of the King James Version. And then when you look at the Textual Confidence Collective, he actually doesn't know that much. It's like he's just stumbling all over the place. So he doesn't know his stuff. He doesn't know much. And most of what like the whole article, like I pointed out how he doesn't know much his website has the wrong list. He doesn't have the 190 list there. And then I show you places in, say, Revelation 1:8, where he's not showing the difference between the TR and the critical text. So it's wrong. It's either just a typo, which is sloppiness, or it's really bad scholarship, or he's being deceptive. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and just say it's sloppy because I just know Mark Ward. And then he's got this whole article where he's showing the difference between Stephanus and Scrivener. Why not show Beezer and Scrivener? Obviously, Beezer is the one that even Scrivener went with. Why would you show like a really old school TR edition? Yes, as famous as it is, and Mill used it, and a whole bunch of other guys used it. That became like a standard in some places, but it's like we're talking about confessional bibliology. They're saying most of these guys would not go to there. But he's gone back as far as he can and still sort of kept the dragnet of, because Jeff Riddle makes a distinction and says, well, I don't even really go back to Erasmus's TR or the Complutensian because I go with the Protestant editions, the ones that Stephanus made and Beezer made. And so he's gone right back to as far as he can go without without upsetting Jeff Riddle, sort of thing. So,
the received text, it's not an attack on Scrivener's 1881. And I think that looking at the problem through those lenses is one of the problems with Dr. Riddle's overall analysis of the article, and a problem with some of the responses he offers to the article. But let's continue.
By the disputer of this world, I'm taking that term from the passage in First.
Sorry, let me jump forward a little bit.
Apologists advocate, prefer classic Protestant translations of the Bible, and actually advocate who are scandalized.
Okay, so I just got a message from TurretinFan, so I'll actually put it up here live. So on the first video that I did, because I wrote to him saying that I'd done a video, so I'll quickly just put on large there. So TurretinFan has said, and so this is a YouTube comment, great catch at 3490. So your video, sorry, it's a bit blurry, so I'll just read it. So in your video regarding the comment about the absence of the amen in Ephesians 6:24, I'll have to check out that portion in the appendix more closely. Thank you. And so that's good. So, and that's what I find with TurretinFan. Usually when I've shown him, like when I went through the whole Revelation 16:5 issue, usually if he jumped in the argument or there was a whole bunch of stuff on his page where we could argue, because I was looking for anywhere to discuss these things, because out of argumentation, even with people who are totally against me, usually I'm forced to give an answer. And sometimes you're like, wow, I didn't even think of giving that type of answer before. But now I've been debating with someone against it, I've given that answer. So some of the best people about the Easter issue that I've debated are people who are very close, like say Brian Ross or Brett Briggs or other people who they sort of say, oh, Easter is just, it's just a synonym for Passover in the 1611. I'm like, and we're right. We almost got the same answer, but we're sort of neck and neck. And then I'm like, okay, when I'm talking with those guys, then that's when this other stuff starts coming out. It's like, wow, yeah, I've got a good argument for that now. Where before, if I was just, looking at the pagan issue and a whole bunch of other stuff, you would never get those refined points. And so that's why I probably appreciate this type of thing where he's talking about details and print errors and Scrivener and Beezer, because a lot of guys just don't go here. And I guess in a way too, that's why at times I would prefer to critique some of Mark Ward's material, because at least he's just going through individual words, where some people just have concepts like, oh, the King James Bible is just full of errors, and you're sort of like, okay, where, be a bit more specific. And then they're vague about, specifics. And where I like, okay, well, in Ephesians chapter, 6 verse 24, it says this, says that. And it's like, okay, well, does it really, or where's this at? And that's what I like, because that's the type of detail work that I'm doing. And so kudos to TurretinFan for going, okay, cool. And I think Jeff Riddle would watch that video that I didn't go, oh, cool. Yeah, Nick says that's good. And yeah, some of those examples probably weren't the best. And that's fine. We just move on from there.
Textual critics and popular, and applying it to the modern evangelical textual critics and popular apologists who are scandalized by the idea that there might be those of us who would actually advocate for the traditional Protestant text of the Bible.
So obviously there's a lot of bias expressed in this way of staging the question. Scandalized by people who would actually hold to the Protestant Bible. Well, that's how he presents it, but that isn't the scandal. That's not the concern. And it's not the Protestant Bible that's the concern here. And the concern isn't that people advocate for that. I can't.
Okay, so I'm just going to open up this. Yeah, is it? We're looking at the difference between the Protestant Bible. Obviously, let's have a look at the 27th edition, the NA 27. It says the text shared by these two editions, so that would be the NA 27 and the UBS, I think it's UBS 4th edition, was adopted internationally by Bible societies and following an agreement between the Vatican and the United Bible Societies, it has served as the basis for new translations and for revisions made under their supervision. This marks a significant step with regard to interconfessional relationships. It should naturally be understood that this text is a working text in the sense of a century-long Nestle tradition. It is not to be considered as definitive, but as a stimulus to further efforts towards defining and verifying the text of the New Testament. For many reasons, however, the present edition has not been deemed an appropriate occasion for introducing textual changes. And so that's in the last paragraph on page 45. So that's the Nestle Alarm 27th edition. Okay. So that's in the edition that James White was saying. Okay. So he's got the 28th edition. So I'm not sure if they actually mention it. I'm going to look it up because I've got that edition. I'm just going to do a quick search. Let's have a look. Okay. So on my iPhone, here we go. Novum Testamentum Graece, and I can do a quick search for Vatican. Okay, so it's not allowing me to search, so that would take me a while to go through that, but that might be something. But that's in the 27th edition, so it's sort of like same horse, different rider sort of thing. But it's like, yeah, they're really happy. There's the Vatican and the Bible societies that are joining together, and this is an interconfession. This is so good. And so wouldn't you assume that it's not a Protestant edition? And James White, because he avoids this whole thing, but when he's cornered, he's like, oh, it's great. Even the Catholics are adopting our text. And it's like, or is it the other way around, James? Okay.
Speak for Dr. Ward, of course. But I doubt that his concern is that he advocate for this particular text. A bigger concern is how people advocate for this text. And one of the problems with the way in which people are advocating for this text is by playing this kind of rhetorical game, if I may dare call it that, of calling it the Protestant text or something like that, when in fact, the Scrivener's text is a text created for the first time in 1881, based on an English translation from 1611. To say that that's...
Yeah, and this is where I guess TurretinFan is sort of like playing into the whole thing that Jeff Riddle was trying to point out against. And that's, it's not just, the 1881 text of Scrivener is just, a back translation sort of thing. No, it's basically 99.99999% Beezer, and this tiny little 20 translatable places are the King James translators doing their own edition. And this is where I guess I should really clarify what I believe and what I think, which is on the main page of my website. So if we go down to this image here, it's too big, we can see where it says about Edward Hill. So Hills also pointed out that the King James Bible represents a unique form of the received text, and he believed it was this precise form which should be followed. So this is Hills. So this is page 220 and page 223. So it's not all written like this. It's in a few pages, but the core guts of it is here. The King James Version ought to be regarded not merely as a translation of the Textus Receptus, but also as an independent variety of the Textus Receptus. But what do we do in those few places, which TR? What do we do in those few places in which the several editions of the Textus Receptus disagree with one another? Thanks, Annie. Just got some lovely chai given to me. Oh, it's a coffee. Thanks. But what do we do in these few places in which the several editions of the Textus Receptus disagree with one another? Which text do we follow? Which TR? Okay, so you got to understand this is Hills. This is who most of these guys say, oh, Edward Hills, he's a legend. We love Hills and da-da-da. The answer to this question is easy. It's not complicated. We are guided by the common faith. Hence, we favor that form of the Textus Receptus upon which more than any other God working providentially has placed his stamp of approval, namely the King James Version, or more precisely, the Greek text underlying the King James Version. So I've read through Hills, which I have right here. And so if you continue on page 223, okay, page 222, 223. Okay, so it says, name of the King James Version. And there's no full stop there, notice, okay? Because then it says, well, actually, no, there is a full stop. It says, or more precisely, the text of the King James Version, full stop, okay? Then it says, this text was published in 1881 by the Cambridge University Press under the editorship of Dr. Scrivener, and there have been 8 reprints, the last being in 1949. The 1976 also another edition of this text was published in London by the Trinitarian Bible Society. And so we ought to be grateful that in the providence of God, the best form of the Textus Receptus is still available to Bible-believing students. So basically, I mean, when we're looking at this, I understand. So this is a book by David Cloud, okay? I understand why David Cloud ended it there, because the number that I've come up with, 20 translatable differences, that's from me studying these things. I haven't finished my study yet. There's 190 that I have to go through. If we look at the scholarship of D.A. Waite, he came up with about 20 differences. If we look at Kirk DeVitro, who I contacted earlier this year, he's got about 20 differences. And myself, and so I knew about Kirk DeVitro's scholarship, but he actually gave me his study on that. So I'm looking at their scholarship, and I'm looking at my own scholarship, and just looking at, I've gone through Matthew and Mark, and I'm like, there's one issue out of like 20. And so it's like, okay, that's we're looking at even less than 20. But I'm sort of saying there's 20 D.A. Waite, saying there's 20 Kirk DeVitro. And so Hills went on to say it's the Scrivener text. And that's pretty much what these guys are saying. It's the Scrivener text. And that's exactly what Mark Ward at the beginning, or in this document that he has, he says it's a Scrivener text. And so let's have a quick look at this. Oops, there, Scrivener. So yeah, he has here, any TR defenders who read this article will likely and rightly, in this writer's opinion, dismiss the first category of TR discrepancies as utterly insignificant. And that's exactly what I do. Well, he's actually talking about, because he divides Scrivener and Stephanus into different categories. So I wouldn't do that. I would say the whole issue of going to Stephanus is ridiculous. Okay. I can't find it immediately here, but I'm pretty sure Jeff Riddle mentions it by memory. I think he mentions this in the sermon. He's like, well, pretty much everyone goes to Scrivener. And Mark Ward actually admits this in his article. He's like, okay, most people go with Scrivener. So that's why I've typed in Scrivener. I'm sort of looking for it. Okay, so he's going on about the 27 editions, 28 editions or whatever. Yeah, his article, when he first brought this article out, I just found so many errors in it. I think I got like 3 or 4 pages into it, and I was like, we can't take this guy seriously. This is ridiculous. And I just dropped it because I just thought he was like, people knowing how many errors, they would drop this guy. But it doesn't seem to matter it just seems to matter how popular you get. So anyway, I will continue with the video. So hopefully that explains the position that I have very clearly.
The Protestant text is at best an approximation. And of course, what's at stake here is not so much that text, because the text that underlies the English Standard Version, for example, today, is not significantly different from the Textus Receptus, from Scrivener's 1881. There are many differences. There are, most of those differences are very tiny differences, but there are many differences. There are some differences that are bigger than others. We're often reminded that if the 2 or 3 biggest variants, 2 or 3 biggest differences, if you don't like the word variance, and we'll come to that in a little bit, I think. But the 2 or 3 biggest differences end up summing to something like 24 verses, which is a lot of verses, especially if you put them all together. There are some books of the Bible that would be most of the book, but of course that's not where they're found, and we're not talking about something like that. But that said, understand Dr. Riddle is concerned about the text, and it's appropriate for him to consider it. But let's consider how he characterizes the critics of CB.
Well, the thing is, there are 2,900 less words in the critical text, and there's 8,000 changes. That's a lot. It's not just the last 12 verses of Mark. It's not just the Pericope Adulterae. We're talking about lots and lots and lots and lots of places. 2,900 less words. It's a lot of words. 8,000 changes. Instead of an angel, it's an eagle and all this sort of stuff. And so that's different. If I bought out a book about Star Wars, and instead of R2-D2 talking about something, I've got some other person. So, that's changed. And if I'm constantly doing that, it's like, this is almost like a different. Is this an editor's rerun? You know how sometimes you listen to I remember before I was a Christian, the Bob Marley album Legend. I used to have that and play it on repeat. And there was one song, I think it was like One Love or something. It's an introduction. And the ending of that song nowadays is way different. When I hear it on the radio or put people playing it or whatever, it's like, that's heaps different to what I'm used to. You know how you just become used to an ending or used to a certain way something goes, and it's like, hang on, they've got this, or they have an extra verse or something. like that's different. And even I was a Buffalo Soldier. They have this like extra type of verse, and so that wasn't in the original. And whether mine was original or theirs is more original, or whether I had a radio version or whatever, there's differences. And so it can almost make it like a different song. If you're going for an extra minute or an extra verse, or they've cut it short, or it's like this is different. And so I would say that even that, you could sort of say, okay, it's the same guy, he's singing the same song, and they just added a little bit here and there. When you get to the amount of changes that are comparing the critical text and the Textus Receptus, you are looking at like a completely different artist. You're looking at like almost a different story. If you just go through and study fasting in the critical text, and not just the word fasting, but all that has to do with fasting, being hungered and all that sort of stuff. Paul being, shipwrecked and he's hungry and all that. To go through, check all the fasting verses, and then do it in a TR Bible, and you'll be shocked. It's like, wow, the critical text almost completely omits or changes every verse there. The same with separation from brethren. When you do a study like in Jude and other places where it says, these people avoid, have nothing to do with them, that all this, go through and do a study in the critical text and critical text versions, and then look at the TR and the King James, and you'll be like, wow, that whole doctrine is nearly gone. And so, yes, there are crumbs of it existing there, but it's like, I mean, if you go through, say, 1 Timothy, there's a theme. If you just chop a verse out, there's a major part of that theme that's gone. And so I don't want anything chopped out of my Bible. The Bible actually says, Revelation chapter 22, don't add or subtract. If you do this type of thing, your part will be taken from the book of life. So it's a sin to do that. I don't want to read the consequences of someone's sin. If they're chopping and changing the Bible and it's all over the place, I don't want to read their sins. I don't want to read the biography of someone who's sinned, done a murder, or well, then again, it's like murder mysteries are always fun, but it's like when it's when we're dealing with biblical, this is a sin that took you. It says it can take your part from the book of life. That's a huge thing. Do I really want to think that that's the words of God, what their product is? No, I think that it's a sin to do what they're doing, and to subtract and to add and to change the Bible. It's wrong. So,
and who might actually prefer classic Protestant translations of the Bible.
And by classic Protestant translations, he primarily means the King James Version and translations in other languages other than English of approximately the same text, or even translations that are actually second-degree translations from English. But whether he means second-degree translations from King James English, or whether he means translations that also used a TR family-based text, it's not that we who are concerned about the issues surrounding this question have a problem with someone using those texts. Those are excellent texts. The underlying text of the King James is an excellent text. It does accurately describe God's word, and it is an example of God preserving his word. Just not the way that CB, and just to remind you, that's my abbreviation for what's called confessional bibliology. That's not the way that they present it is not accurate, and it's misleading, and it's troubling that they present it in that way. But let's continue with Dr. Riddle's presentation.
One of the most outspoken contemporary critics of the continued and confident use of the Authorized Version or King James Version has been one named Dr. Mark Ward, a tireless promoter of his 2018 book, Authorized: The Use and Misuse of the King James Bible. So,
in fairness to Dr. Ward, I haven't read that particular book. I it may be an excellent book. I haven't read every book in this field, and perhaps I should at some point get a hold of that book. But that book itself isn't the main issue here. Although I should point out, that is the credential that's mentioned in the first footnote of the article. It says Dr. Ward's an academic editor for Lexham Press and the author of Authorized the Use and Misuse of the King James Bible, published in 2018 by Lexham Press. So let's continue.
And so you're not really missing much with Mark Ward. I've read his book. I went through the examples, and there's not much there. I mean, Trinitarian Bible Society, D.A. Waite, and many other people have pointed out where there's archaic words and obsolete words and things like that. He's sort of doing the same and saying, hey, be alarmed. You can't read this Bible anymore. Get an ESV sort of thing. But then he's trying to nuance it and going, I'll just go with the New King James. And he's had a few other people who sort of jump on the same bandwagon. There was another guy who wrote the Forgotten Preface, as if we've forgotten the preface of the King James. It's like, talked about in KJV, TR circles all the time. The Forgotten Preface, they said that we could update the Bible. Well, they were talking about really places where there was a hapax legomenon, where there were words that appeared once, talking about stones and animals and things like that. And even when you do that, it's like unicorn. You go through these things. It's like, actually, it just means a rhinoceros. The scientific name for rhinoceros is Rhinoceros unicornis. And they had a marginal note, all rhinocerots. So they knew that this could have possibly been a rhinoceros. And a unicorn is in 1611 was a perfect understanding of a one-horned animal. So now we have unicorns, fairies and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, people are like, oh, they're talking about a horse. That seems like the only unicorn that people know about. But back then they knew about lots of different unicorns and narwhal and other things. And so it's not a mistranslation. It's not something that needs correcting or anything like that. But at the end of the day, that's what they were talking about. Not just, you can just update whatever you want. No, I'm all for updating words and things like that. That's why I've done the 2016 edition. But most of the time, the 1611 isn't hard to read. If you just stick at it, you just keep reading it, listen to it in audio. And the thing is, what it does, it actually preps your mind to understanding the literature of that whole entire era. Because people go, well, how do you read, this document that's in, 1650? How can you go through that? And so, well, once you've gotten your mind into English, I mean, you look at the Quran, they're reading the Arabic that's from way back then. You look at the Hebrew, they're reading the Hebrew of way back then. You look at the Greek, they're reading 2,000-year-old Greek in the Bible. And so it's like, if for us to have a 400-year-old language, it's not a huge deal when you compare it to other languages, especially because we have such a huge history behind the King James. And it was a unifying force behind a lot of things, a lot of nations. Here in Australia, our whole parliament we still say the Lord's Prayer. Every time we have parliament, so it's like Congress getting together or whatever, we still say the Lord's Prayer at the beginning of the opening of Parliament every time it opens in the King James. It's huge influence. So why would we just neglect that? And even Mark Ward talks about that in his book Authorized. He's like, what we lose this huge historical document. But I don't think he even understands how huge this is, in the colonies, in Canada, in Australia, even in South Africa, and many other places around the world where they speak English. Obviously, they have Afrikaans there as well. But it's the King James, even in India. This type of thing, it's hugely historical, and it's people like Peter Montoya was saying it's like reading Latin, and that's what you get from Mark Ward. He's like, okay, well, there's pluses and minuses, but get rid of it. Read an ESV because the school kid on the bus doesn't understand it, or get a New King James, just something that we can monetize. Really, that's it. They want to monetize it. And you point out the problems in those things and they just ignore it and just, anyway.
And I'm going to be addressing much of this topic to some of the ideas put forward by Mark Ward, just as last night we talked about the ideas put forward by Bart Ehrman. According to Ward's biography.
So he did that last night at the conference.
So the video that TurretinFan does next is about Bart Ehrman. I'm not sure if I'll go there, but I do want to start a playlist of Bart Ehrman's material. Because obviously he's the big target, and everyone's like, James White, Bart Ehrman, James White, Bart Ehrman. And Bart Ehrman's like this huge, big Jabba the Hutt type of guru guy who is the go-to guy for everyone in that camp. And, you know, a lot of people disassociate from him, but they can't ignore that he's in the room with them. He's still working on the text. And I do know quite a lot about Bart Ehrman. I've read all his books. Thankfully, someone gave me all these books in audio, so I was able to listen to it. And what they did is they actually put each little audio section, which went for like about 1 or 2 minutes. It was almost like just a paragraph at times. They put that into its own separate audio file. So it had like chapter 8, and it had like 30 different audio files. And so I could just listen to it all the way through, or I could put it on repeat. So what I would do is I'd put it on repeat until I got it, and then go, okay, well, I'll move on from there. And so I went through Bart Ehrman's material like this, maybe back in, well, I remember doing it before 2015. So you're looking between 2010 and 2015, doing that quite frequently, and listening to Bart Ehrman's material and going over and over it. And in the end going, what's the big deal about this guy? He's not that good. His material is not that great. And so I guess that sort of prepped me for a lot of future interactions with critical text people, because oftentimes they're saying exactly the same thing. And so TurretinFan, in his video that he did yesterday, he talks about Bart Ehrman and sort of saying, well, because Jeff Riddle is like James White and Bart Ehrman are sort of, they've got the same methodology, and Dan Wallace, they've got the same methodology. And TurretinFan's like, it's not the same, but it's like, we're talking about the text here and how they come to the conclusions of which text and all the rest of it, where they're using the same methodology. And Bart Ehrman is a part of that school. And so you can't deny that. And so that probably would be another interesting thing to go through. But I do want to start going through, and from the beginning, it'd be great to go through, say, misquoting Jesus. I guess I've got a few projects in my mind, but I'm already in the middle of doing like 5 or 6 projects. You know, I wish that I could do this full time. That would be great. I'll just do videos all day and do studies all day and all the rest of it. But then you can get lost. There can be just so much information that people, they tune in, and I'm off on a rabbit trail, and they're like, I don't really want to know about that or whatever. And like sometimes, like say with the headscarf thing with Michael Winger, he just did a 6-hour video on it, and it's like, do I want to wade through 6 hours of information just to get what's the point? You know, what's the main crux? Where hopefully that's why sometimes in these videos I'm always aware that someone's probably watching for the first time, and they're like, who is this guy, and why is he saying this? And so I try to go, okay, well, let's talk about what the TR is and what the King James is to us and what Scrivener's text is and what Beza's text is. And I'm trying to sort of cram all that into every video. But, you know, these are early days. Hopefully I'll get better as time goes along.
We haven't come to that particular session yet. God willing, that will be in a future response.
Information posted to his blog, an interpretation of religious affections, and currently serves as, that's the organization, Blog as Bible. There was some out to me that he is an officer in that church.
So just fast
Word
forwarding.
Claims to take what he calls a studied neutral. In the book authorized.
So skipping over some biographical data on Dr. Ward, which I have no way of checking or interest in checking, let's come to the arguments.
Ward claims to take what he calls a studied neutrality on the question of textual criticism, insisting that textual criticism has no bearing to his overall argument. He later explains his only exception to this supposed neutrality is that he is happy to recommend translations using any available edition of the Greek New Testament. I wrote a review of his book in 2019, and it was published in.
So I'm not sure the reason for bringing this up. It doesn't seem to have a lot to do with it, but it's good that he recognizes that Dr. Ward is not anti-Textus Receptus. He is just against some of the material, some of the arguments used by CB and others.
No, you'll find that he is anti-Textus Receptus, but he doesn't mention that in his books. He doesn't mention that he's anti, because everyone who's against the King James, I love the King James. King James is a part of history, because it's like me saying, oh, I hate the Geneva Bible or something like that. It's like, you would never just come out and say that. You say, okay, the Geneva Bible has its place in history and all that, but do I go to the Geneva Bible for all my readings and everything? No, I go to the King James. And so they have this type of, I love the King James. Then, people read into that like, oh, they're reading it. Mark Ward has said basically that it's unreadable. And even at his funeral, unless they're doing some sort of like poem or something like that, don't get the preacher to preach from the King James. But he's saying at his funeral, don't do that, that's not loving the King. The whole thing, if someone says, I love the King James, to me, it's like, oh, wow, you're doing this. I love the King, I'm reading it, I've got it right in front of me. It's before my eyes all the time. I'm memorizing it. And he's like, oh yeah, on the shelf over there, the one with all the dust on it. Let's dust that off. And I love this one. That's the difference. And so when he's like, oh, the TR, or you can use any Greek edition. See, one of his principal things that he's done in his book, and in his apologetic to reach us, lost TR KJV people, not lost in a sense of doomed, to hell, because he would never say that. Lost is in a sense where we're just backwater dimwits, and he pretty much makes that out in his videos where he talks about the wormwoods and things like that, likens us to the wormwoods. But he doesn't want to deal with textual criticism. So textual criticism to him is this unnecessary topic. Don't go there. So he's just talking about readability. Oh, the King, let's look at this word. Oh, that doesn't mean the same as it did back then. Oh, you're misunderstanding it and all this stuff. So he just wants to deal with that. And then turn around and just be like, you can follow any Bible. If you want to follow the New King James, that's fine. ESV, that's fine. King James, go for it. Go and tiptoe through the tulips and, it's life's lovely. We're really, if he was just to be honest and probably not be on a payroll to say this sort of stuff, he would just come out and say, hey guys, King James sucks. The TR is pathetic. And you should really go with a critical text Bible and probably like an ESV or an ASB. And that's what he needs to say, but he has to be like, all accommodating and all the King James is still good. It's still okay. And then just every now and then it comes out. It's like, I wouldn't even read it at my funeral. It's like Peter Montoro's like, it's like reading the Latin, and Mark Ward's there like, yeah, just nodding away. Like, yep, it's unreadable. Why people read it, I can't understand, And so he's double-tongued. He'll say he loves it. He'll say, I've got no problem with the TR, but he doesn't love it. Doesn't love the King James. He doesn't love the TR. He has problems with the TR. And so, and that's why we don't trust these people because they have this double-tongued, white men speak with forked tongue. I can say that about James White. What would I say about Ward? But he's duplicitous. He'll say one thing, in the next video he'll do the other, and oftentimes he's passive aggressive. Everyone has to be charitable. This whole modern day Christianity, how to win friends and influence people, let's all sing by the campfire, and all this sort of stuff where it's like, just read the Bible. Paul was naming people. Matthew 23, Jesus said, you snakes, you're going to hell. It was full on with people. But if you behave like Jesus did, Mark Ward will rebuke you and say you're uncharitable. He'll say that these are secondary issues. They're not even, we've got tribalism and all this stuff. So anyway, I guess I've dealt with Mark Ward quite a fair bit, so I know what he's talking about. But let's just continue.
The Bible League Quarterly in the UK, and I pointed out a glaring problem with this approach to evaluating translations. I wrote, the problem is that this approach unjustly ignores a major difference between translations that must be taken into consideration in any evaluation of them. The difference between the Authorized Version and the English Standard Version, for example, is not just a question about the updating of language. It's about the fact that there's a completely different underlying text.
Okay, so it is not completely different, Dr. Riddle, and you know that it's not completely different. It is different. There's a different, you'd have to go to a different printed edition. Maybe you'd have to go to the 1881 Scrivener edition versus going to the Nestle Allen 28 edition. But then even those two editions are not completely different. In fact, they're substantially the same. And that's why this kind of rhetoric isn't helpful. In fact, it's not a matter of one is using a completely different translation, resulting in a completely different translation because of a completely different base text. They are different base texts, no doubt about it, but they're not completely different. They're largely the same. And actually, a lot of these interesting similarities come up in some of the later discussion. So when we come to the appropriate point, hopefully.
So when Jeff Riddle's saying they're completely different, obviously, like I was saying before, about you hear a song with another verse in it or a different version of it, you're like, oh, this is like I could say, what's a song that's been done? Imagine a popular 1970s song and someone redid it. I mean, that's happened a million times. Half the time, the songs that get popular nowadays are just rehashes of old songs. But they can be doing it. It's like, oh, that's the same song. So you got to define this. What's completely different? When I say, oh, that's a completely different song. Maybe that's not absolutely 100% factual, but if you were to play that to people, they'd say, oh, that's completely different. It's a completely different artist. There is different, and so when he's saying completely different, Jeff Riddle's coming from the angle where he's talking about what Mark Ward says in Authorized. Mark Ward doesn't really want people to even focus on the differences between Greek texts, okay? So he's only talking about readability. So he's making this whole thing about, well, why would you be a silly Billy and have an old Bible like the King James when you can have an ESV? And you're sort of like, as a TR person, I'm like, well, because it's got all the words, because it doesn't delete or add or change. It's like, I'm even fussy about that with the New King James, So he's like, the ESV, it's just an update. And so this is the type of, basic type of thing that Mark Ward's been saying. And we're like, you're not really being honest here, mate. You have the whole story. The text issue is like the main thing for most people. And even to the point where people were like, well, I don't care. I'm going to read a 400-year-old Bible as long as it's got all the words in it. Because, see, the thing is, look at this, for example. The halt issue. Now, if I go to... if I go to John, see, this word halt is, Mark Ward goes on about halt all the time. Okay, so he's saying it should read lame. Okay, so, okay, that's fine. It's an older word. So in the King James, it has, in these lay a great multitude of impotent folk of blind, halt, withered. But then look at all these words that are deleted. All of 2 words after halt. See, Mark Ward wants us to throw out a King James for that and replace it. When we're worried about he's worried about false friends. We're worried about missing friends, kidnapped friends, alien abducted. Let's get into the conspiracy. Waiting for the moving of the water, for an angel went down at a certain season into the pool and troubled the water. whosoever then first, after the troubling of the water, stepped in, was made whole of whatsoever disease he had. It's just so hard to read, you know. Let's go on. Verse 4, omitted. CSB, NIV, NASB, NLT, all the way down. And so, look, the TR has all that. Critical text just has that. And so Mark Ward doesn't want people to focus on, don't worry about the missing words. Just worry about these up. You know, it's just an update. It's not just an update. And we're sick of hearing that. They've been saying that since 1881 with the revised version. We're tired of the lie. That's a lie. Why won't people just come out and say, yeah, there's hard words and there's a whole bunch of missing words, and now they pull us over the coals for even using omitted or missing when that's in their own footnotes. Now, they've started to change that in the last 10 years, and so they're pulling us over the coals for saying it's omitted or it's deleted or whatever. But from the King James, this is omitted. It's omitted from the TR, and even majority text people go with this reading. And so this is a critical text issue. So anyway, I just sort of pointed out that this is the type of deception we're tired of with Mark Ward. He'll rant on about Holt and have whole chapters on it and do videos on Holt, and interview people. Holt, can you understand what Holt means? What does Holt mean? Holt. I mean, how hard is it to go, Holt, your legs stop working. They're halted. They've stopped. You're limping because one leg doesn't work. And have that type of connection. Even if you were to go with a German Holt, which we've all grown up with, you know, German war films or whatever, and it's like Holt, you know. Even if you were to mistranslate it as stop, you know, in the 1611 context, you're not that far. I mean, you context impotent folk, blind, halt, withered, you halt. Okay, they've stopped. Something stopped there. Okay, lame, maybe, you know, in my 2016 edition, I've got lame. Great, that's fine. But what about all these words? And that's what Mark Ward doesn't talk about. So when you look at what Jeff Riddle's angle is, he's read Mark Ward's book, he's critiqued his book, and he's saying, look, he won't deal with the real issues. He's dealing with archaisms and older words, which you can most of the time just look up in a dictionary. But then TurretinFan, he hasn't read Authorized. He doesn't know what Mark Ward said there. So he's sort of trying to defend Mark Ward here, where really, if he read Authorized, you go, he's not even mentioning text criticism. He's saying to people to avoid that topic and just deal with readability. So that's why Jeff Riddle's saying this stuff. And so I'm just going to rewind it a tiny bit, because there was something else he said there. 22. Let's just go back, say, like a minute.
Completely different. It is different. There's a different. You'd have to go to a different printed edition. Maybe you'd have to go to the 1881 Scrivener edition versus going to the Nestle Allen 28 edition. But then even those two editions are not completely different. In fact, they're substantially the same. And that's why this kind of rhetoric isn't helpful. In fact, it's not a matter of one is using a completely different translation, resulting in a completely different translation because of a completely different base text. They are different base texts, no doubt about it. But they're not completely different. They're largely the same. And actually, a lot of these interesting similarities come up in some of the later discussion. So when we come to the appropriate point.
Okay, so I just went back through that just to remind myself of what he said. Let's just have a quick look at this. Now, this is by no means comprehensive. This just shows a few places where there's issues, but it's like Matthew 1:25, firstborn's taken out. Matthew 5:44, bless them that curse you. Matthew 6:13, for thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Matthew 6:33, of God is taken out. 8:26, Jesus. So you can see when you start striking through, whole complete verses, half verses, you know, look at that. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you devour widows' houses. That's all taken out. And so, this isn't everything. This is just to show you the major places. I mean, I could show you where there's additions, where they add things, or where they change things. I mean, look at all these words. The last 12 verses, and so of Mark, and so lots and lots of places. And so when he's like, oh, there's you know, saying that there is like this cohesiveness between the Textus Receptus and the critical text, I mean, even Westcott and Hort wouldn't agree with that. It just seems like, I understand he's pulling Jeff Riddle's statement out and saying that it's completely different, but you got to understand what Jeff Riddle's saying. He's looking at the word halt that Mark Ward's going on about, and then what about these other verse, this whole complete verse gone? Why won't Mark talk about that in his authorized? So that's where I would say to TurretinFan, you've really got to understand Mark Ward has not been talking about text issues. When he started, you know, which Textus Receptus, it was like, oh, okay, he's talking about text issues. And then he did one on Scrivener and Ambrose and tried to, you know, pit them against each other and all this stuff. And so, but then he's like, oh, now I'm talking about textual issues. Then he's done the Textual Confidence Collective. So he's jumped in and said, I'm doing textual criticism now. But I don't think he actually knew anything about it. I think some of the things, I think he was actually deceived into thinking that the TR and the critical text were actually really close. Because that's why he did the KJV parallel Bible that he's got on his website, which, yeah, Matthew chapter 1, I showed him 4 places, and he amended 3 of them. He said, oh, you got a point, and he amended 3 places. Doesn't that show you sloppy scholarship, or he just doesn't know? It's like, and I could go through his website. I reckon I could probably find 1,000 other places where he hasn't talked about certain places. That's a lot. that's a lot. If I was to say, okay, James White in his book, see, the thing is, the critical text is 6% different from the TR. 6%. If I was to get, say, James White's book and just say, you know, I changed 6% of James White's book, but don't worry, it's the same book. Yeah. You'd be like, oh, which parts did he change? The important bits, or just, you know, a bit of grammar here and there, or, you know, and that's the thing. Are they important bits or not? 6% is a lot. When you're looking at people who are splitting hairs over print errors, splitting hairs over TR editions, like where there's like 20 differences, you know, with the text of Beezer and Scrivener and the King James. And then you're talking about thousands. I mean, of course, Jeff Riddle's going to say they're completely different. So, and this is where I would just say, you really need to explain why they're not completely different. Like, I understand it's like, to say completely is like, oh, it's a different molecular structure. It's like, okay, that's not a cat, it's a dog. Or that's not a metal pole, it's a tree branch or something. It's totally different, you know. But if you're looking at you know, an iPhone and an Android, you're like, they're completely different. So, no, this one has, you know, 42% plastic and this, and yeah, they could have similarities, but it's like they're completely different. When Jeff Riddle's saying completely different, I don't see any problem with that, and especially in the light of what Mark Ward's, how he's been behaving. So Helg says, I love the King James Version. It's so amusing. An excellent museum piece, but in the real world, do not use it. You should replace it. It is unintelligible for people today. I love it, but I do not use it. Mark Ward. Yeah. Or is that actually a quote from Mark Ward? I love the King James Version. It is so amusing. an excellent if I say it in his voice, I get it. It's an excellent museum piece, but in the real world, do not use it. You should replace it. It is unintelligible for people today. I love it, but do not use it. So this is the sort of thing that we've been up against since he, 2016 or whatever, when he started jumping on Facebook groups and like, we're going to correct these King James. That's a compilation. That's good. I'm glad you corrected that, because I'd be like, oh, that's a good quote. I'll put it on the front of my website. Anyway, let's just continue.
Hopefully we'll remember that.
Between the two translations. The connection between text and translation cannot be ignored. Responding to such criticisms, Mark Ward has recently begun to turn his attention to issues related to the text of the Bible. Here are a few of his most recent efforts. In September.
So Riddle's correct. This is Ward's changed gears and gone, because he was saying don't get involved with textual arguments with these King James only people. And he just labels everyone King James only, And so don't get involved with these textual arguments with King James only people. You're wasting your time. And they're not intelligent enough to really understand what you're talking about. And they don't really know much about textual issues. So you're just gonna confuse the whole thing. Just talk about readability. So that's where he's been coming from. Then all of a sudden he's like, the Textual Confidence Collective. Let's get Timothy Berg and Elijah Hixson and Peter Montoro in and talk specifically about differences. And so why would you do that if it, he's contradicting himself? And this just proves to me he's just sort of fudging it. He hasn't come from a place of like, okay, I've got a strategy or anything. He was just like, let's not talk about textual issues. And I think really because he's like, I don't really know much about it.
September of 2019, Ward was invited to do a video lecture by Robert Gonzalez for the online Reformed Baptist Seminary. The title of that lecture was An Evaluation of Confessional Bibliology. He's one of the first people who offered a public critique of our position. On November the 1st of 2021, let me back up for a second. After he did that presentation, then following soon after it, in the summer of 2020, he published an article in the Detroit Baptist Seminary Journal, the title of which was Which Textus Receptus? A Critique of Confessional Bibliology. Then on November the 1st of 2021, Mark Ward did a lecture at Bob Jones Seminary titled, Is the Text Seventh Title, on last Monday, to mark upon them? Which text
just fast forward there.
And so I took some benefit even from the descriptions if you haven't read his article.
Hey, Bob, I'm doing
quickly
good.
Online that he has a receipt will offer him at least some satisfaction. The popular internet apologist James White seems only to have discovered this article.
This group seems to enjoy focusing on Dr. White. I think that's because Dr. White's one of the leading opponents of this movement ever since his work, The King James Only Controversy, was printed. But of course, he was responding before then to people like Gail Riplinger, who Dr. Riddle is very eager to distance himself from. And with good reason. His arguments are not the same as Mrs. Riplinger's arguments. So let's continue.
Article.
So one of the main reasons why they're talking about James White is because James White has talked about these guys usually first. He's like, oh, this guy says he's confessional. He's a pastor. Let's, he's done it like an hour-long video. And he's not doing, James White doesn't do what TurretinFan's doing here and just go through and let them say what they say. He'll get a little soundbite and then have a picture of Stephen Anderson there, then talk about Gail Riplinger, acrostic algebra, then talk about the Roman Catholics, and then talk about the Vulgate and these people. They're stuck in a tradition and start hitting the table and start talking about Erasmus and then say, yeah, see, Jeff Riddle's an idiot, sort of thing. In a roundabout way, that's pretty much a James White, an average James White program about textual issues. And so obviously Jeff Riddle will go, okay, well, I'll respond to that. And he starts responding. James White does another video. Oh, this guy responded. And then the next thing you know, they're at loggerheads. And when you've followed, because see, a lot of people don't, that they have a cursory look at what James White's doing. And see, TurretinFan, I don't think, has followed all this. I've watched nearly every dividing line to do with textual criticism with James White. When he's talking about Jeff Riddle or myself or Robert Truelove or I've watched every single one, and usually I've done a response video on these. I used to do them all on Facebook, and now I'm doing them on YouTube because I want to, be fresh and have the information right there. And so that's why James White's brought up. And so
earlier this year, and then he immediately announced on the Dividing Line, his podcast, that it is a devastating death blow to the confessional bibliology movement, much as he previously declared in 2019 that Jan Kranz's book, Beyond What Is Written, relating to the editorial work of Erasmus and Beza, was, as White put it, a one-volume destruction of confessional bibliology.
So those are great recommendations of the article and the other work. And of course, I understand that Dr. White sometimes expresses things in a very rhetorically punchy way because he's good at speaking in a rhetorically punchy way. That's one of his skills. And if that's too sensational for Dr. Riddle and the CB crowd, I totally understand that. However, what follows, what Dr. Riddle's about to say, says more about Dr. Riddle and the CB crowd than it says about Dr. White. Here, listen to what he says next.
And yet confessional bibliology, surprisingly enough, lives on.
So keep in mind, though, I understand there's a certain amount of sarcasm in that. Surprisingly enough, we live on. Well, but the question is, have these devastating, or whatever adjective you want to use for them, responses to the CB movement been adequately addressed? And I think the short answer to that is no, they haven't been.
Okay, so when I wrote about Revelation 16:5 and I offered that to James White, met him, gave him the document into his hand when he came to Australia, and he publicly announced he refuses to read it. He said I was dangerous, that I was sort of like stalking him, and that I was a desperate person. And he's met people like me before, and stay away from. He warned people to stay away from me. I was just like, can't this guy just accept that I've written a critique of his work, But yeah, so James White, being the toxic, non-Christian that I think he is, to behave like that. I mean, I've never seen behavior like his at least non-Christians will allow me to speak. He's just like, just shut everything down. Nah, and then say, I'm never going to deal with you. I'm never going to read your book. And then he did a whole Dividing Line program on it, on my tweets, not on the book, on what I tweeted. So that it's like he specifically said, look, this guy said this, what an idiot. And I'm like, yeah, but in context, in my book that I gave to you, you read it in context. He's dishonest. He's a liar. He's a snake. He's a wolf. And so, you deal with that. But it's sort of like, the confessional bibliology guys, they have to, we have to answer his claims about Kranz and Mark Ward's book and Mark Ward's article. Soon as Mark Ward's article came out, I offered I went through the first 4 pages and I offered a critique, and I said, look how dumb this is. And sort of went, should I bother? It's a bit like if someone just contacted me out of the blue and said, here, I've done a critique of this and that. And I went through and went, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And I found like 60 errors in the first 4 pages. I'm like, what's the point? Should I go on? That's like what I did with Timothy Berg's marginal note thing. I did 4 videos on it, and I only planned to do 1. I said, look, I'll go through the first 5 marginal notes. If he misrepresents them, obviously the article is rubbish. And I ended up going through 20, and I was just like, in the end, I was just tired because he just had lists and lists. And I'm like, obviously, you can tell by the 4 videos, and they're on Facebook, actually. I should upload them. But it's like, when do these guys ever just become bad scholars or just liars, And so with Jan Kranz, when I did the Revelation 16:5 thing when I was living in Pakistan, I contacted him and said, he actually found a blog that I did. I said, James White is wrong in his book. It's actually in the Ethiopic. In the Ethiopic, it says this. And so he jumped on the Dividing Line and did a whole thing about my blog. So that's why I responded. And then he was just sort of saying, oh, he's wasting his time in Pakistan doing a Bible translation. And if TurretinFan thinks that the critical text and the TR are sort of similar, why wouldn't, his good friend James White be excited that I'm doing a Bible translation from the TR? Or are they that different that James White just mocked me? His good friend mocked me and said I was wasting my time, and that's the last thing that the people of Pakistan need. So, which you're obviously, you've got a different opinion to James White, And so when I said it was in the Ethiopic, I found it in the Ethiopic, and I said in James White's book, which I've got sitting right here, in his book where it says about Revelation 16:5, he says in a footnote, it's not in the Ethiopic, the reading, but that's where I found it. So I pointed that out. So he did a program not saying, well, he's correct. Thanks, Nick, for if you find any other footnotes, yes, let me know. No, he's like, this guy, he's doing a translation. What a waste of time. And then so I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna dig a little further. And so I kept going through James White's material, and I'd put a whole bunch of material onto my website at the time. And then I ended up writing a book, 200 pages, and it exposes that James White knew pretty much nothing about Revelation 16:5. It was, and he doesn't really bring that up much anymore, does he? It's all Ephesians 3:9. He's gone to a different playing field. But and so at the end of the day, we're responding. He said to me, read Jan Kranz's book, okay? And I had read it, and I'd been using it as a reference for a long time, and I found errors in it and all the rest of it. So he's like, read that book, like as if I hadn't read it. It's like, read the translators to the reader of the King James, as if, I haven't read it, probably 500 times. Well, I've listened to it in audio about that many times. And so he's like, read Jan Kranz's book. So I reread it. And I went through and went, mistake. And so I was highlighting these errors. And he wasn't saying it was conjectural emendation. And that's what I was like, how come Kranz isn't actually saying a conjecture here? So then after, if you read my book, it's clearly nomina sacra. I mean, I think we've even debated, me and TurretinFan have debated about this on Facebook together. And so he was talking about Ethiopic, and I was showing him some other things, and he was more polite than most people. But I'm not swayed by whether people are really nasty to me or really nice. Yes, it's nice to have people who go, wow, I'll look into that, rather than James White just block, no comments on the bottom of this video, and let's just pretend that didn't happen. And well, it's good to meet people who are just like, yeah, cool, let's talk about it. If you're right, I'll change, sort of thing. So after reading Jan Kranz's book, then in 2009, James White got on the Dividing Line program and said, wow, and so let's just pretend that this is Kranz's book, because I don't have it in paperback or anything, in hardback. I've got it on PDF. So he's like, Jan Kranz's book, I was able to go over to, I think he went to Moscow and then Europe. He said, I was able to read it for the first time. So here's a book. When I'm like, Revelation 16:5, Ethiopia, he's like, well, why don't you read Jan Kranz's book? To me, I'm like, oh, okay. So I read it. And then he challenged me on the whole Revelation 16:5 thing. So I wrote a book about it. So whatever he was challenging me to do, I was doing. Exactly doing. And then 3 years later, he's like, oh, I've read Jan Kranz. He hadn't even read the book. He probably used it as a little bit of a reference, but he hadn't read through it. Then he was just parroting Jan Kranz this, Jan Kranz that. And so I was like, okay, the stuff that he's parroting about the last 6 verses of Revelation, about his difference in translation from Erica Rummel, I went through all that, focused in on that. The definition of conjectural emendation, we went through it all, and Jeff Riddle started going through it as well, because I was raising it, James White was raising it, and so obviously it became a bit of a topic to talk about. And there's lots of questions. I mean, with with his translation of Olam, different translation from Erika Rummel, and so I was showing that a bit earlier. But so there's issues with that, and so the whole one volume destruction. We've pointed out that Jan Kranz, he acknowledges that Beza thought that he had an old ancient manuscript, but he tricked himself. Now, when does this scholarship just get bad? When will we ever say that Jan Kranz is a lazy, slobby scholar? Because if I said something like that, people would say that about me. What about when he says in the Ethiopic that just because it's got 2 words there doesn't mean it doesn't say past, present, and future? And I've pointed that out clearly to Jan Kranz several times. I've pointed it out to Stephen Boyce and to anyone who wants to go to the Ethiopic, and I think I've even pointed out to TurretinFan on his Facebook. But they're just not willing to do the research and go right into it. And I know it's on the ETC blog. Elijah Hixson brought up this issue of the Ethiopic and Revelation 16:5. It was never really answered. They got to a point where it's like, oh, it's only got 2 words, so it must be, the past and the future or something like that, whatever they said. It was wrong. It actually has the past, the present, and the future. And I went through and I showed many other places where these words appear, and it was clearly showing the past, the present, and the future. And so Jan Kranz, on his conjecture list on the website, when it's talking about Revelation 16:5, he misrepresents Theodore Beza and says that he tricked himself. Imagine that. Imagine Beza just like, I thought I had an ancient manuscript. He just makes out they're hillbilly idiots. And the Ethiopic, it's only got 2 words there. And what does he know about Ethiopic? You know what I'm saying? Like, when you go through these issues, when you study through them, you offer information. These guys they always have to twist it. So it's like, I'll admit it, but I'll add my own spin to it, so it actually works in our favor. It's like, so have we gone and exhausted Jan Kranz's material? Even Stephen Avery, he spent quite a long time going through Jan Kranz's material. And so, I've been going through it. I just find that his conclusions are faulty. Many times it's just a critical text, anecdote, weird story, and he's just extrapolating that and just putting some details in there. But when there's things that I know a lot about, Revelation 16:5, he doesn't deal with that material properly. He will just say whatever it takes for him to wiggle out of that. And he's saying scholars need to trust what I'm saying, where I'm like, you need to distrust what he's saying. In his book, he misrepresents Erasmus many times. And yes, some things he gets right. But it's like these type of anecdotes are the things that James White is parroting. Usually the things that are completely different, they're new, they're wrong. And these are things that weren't getting said beforehand because it's a new translation. It's a bit like with Nostradamus. Many times a new revelation from Nostradamus is just how people translate from his Latin into whatever language they're selling books in. All of a sudden, Nostradamus has predicted Hitler. Well, how did you get to that? Oh, well, this one word sounds like Hitler in the Latin, so it's like Hitler. And so it's like, oh, that means Hitler. But you read it in context, it's nothing to do with Hitler. So that's a lot of Nostradamus's prophecies are like that. And so this is Jan Kranz's scholarship. Just look at the issue with Olam, his difference between Erika Rummel. Go to this page, I'll put it in the chat, and read through yourself the issue of Erika Rummel and Olam, and you can clearly see that we're dealing with these type of issues. Yeah, Jan Kranz. Here, Kranz says its author has long since been unknown. So that's translating Erasmus's work. But Erika Rummel in the 1980s said the authorship was once uncertain. And so Kranz has twisted Erasmus's words. And when you go through, I've got the definition of olim down here. At that time, some time ago, once upon a time, once, formerly, of old, it doesn't match with how Kranz has translated it. So I'm showing a translational issue in his Latin translation of Erasmus. So I'm going through these issues. Has James White ever done this? Has he even read this article? He wouldn't care less that I've gone to the effort of doing all this. And so this is the thing. We are going to the effort of exposing these one-hit wonder books that come out in articles. Oh, this is a devastating blow against the TR. We're going through and critiquing these. And many times, James White hasn't even read it. he's like years later, like, I finally sort of read this thing, and look at this and look at that, and and so I would say the exact opposite of what TurretinFan's fan is saying here. But I can't expect him to know all this, because he's obviously not following this as closely as we are. But just coming from a position where he's just like, oh, I'm supporting James White because he's the good guy and we're the bad guys. Obviously, he's like, well, have they really critiqued it? I'd say definitely.
And that might be the reason why the movement lives on. It lives on despite the responses to the position, because those responses aren't being either correctly understood or correctly addressed.
Or not addressed at all. It just completely ignored. Like if I wrote a 200-page book about something, about James White's Revelation 16:5 section in his book, I wrote a 200-page book on it, and he publicly said, I refuse to read it and I'll never read it. What's that? To me, that's just pride, Ari. We're reading through all of James White's stuff. Mark Boyce. So we're educated in this topic. People who only know one side of the story are offering their opinions, but many times they're not educated. That they don't know both sides. We do. We're talking about both sides of the story. It's like, oh, we're afraid of variance. Oh no, we're looking at variance. We're understanding where people are coming from. But we're sticking with the most logical reading, which is the TR, the text underlining the King James. And so when it comes to young Kranz, we're going, okay, we've gone through his material, we're reading it and going, no, we disagree with this, with that, with a whole bunch of stuff. Yes, he might, Kranz might have some interesting things to say that, oh, Beza said this or Erasmus said this, but a lot of the time he's written this book to demonize these people and to show where these guys are just sloppy in their scholarship. And you can tell by his mistranslation of Olam there. And so it's not actually us who, we're just not really dealing with this and all the rest of it. No, we're dealing with it. But, like Mark Ward he's not like Kranz. He's not even like James White. It's like, schoolboy stuff, what he's talking about. But, we're still responding. I'm done. I couldn't even be bothered half the time with stuff like what Mark was saying, but we're still going through it. It's like, okay, well, people are actually believing this guy. Let's go through his stuff. We're going through, the top tier stuff. We're looking at Bart Ehrman, and we're looking at Metzger, and we're looking at, people who are, real text critics. And okay, we'll go to the next level down, the Dan Wallaces and the James Whites who have their opinions about everything. And then let's even go further than that. Let's look at Mark Ward. We're going all those levels. And it's actually, people aren't listening. That's the problem.
And not because there are some defects or deficiencies in the responses that are offered. However, of course, perhaps the problem really is that there's something left to be responded to and something left to be addressed. And thankfully, we have an additional almost hour of Dr. Riddle's presentation, which could help to set the record straight and explain why Dr. Ward's analysis of the CB position is off. But let's continue.
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly read through this. Nick says, Gail Ripplinger does great work. But of course, she wasn't perfect. I have most of her books, the big ones. An excellent woman of God, in my honest opinion, worth every penny. Where the strengths of Gail Riplinger's books are is where she has lists. So she'll show where, this word is taken out or it's replaced with this. And so she has a lot of that, which anytime you see those type of lists, you're like, wow. Like I showed the Westcott and Hort magic marker thing before where it's all crossed out. I don't know who made that, but it's like, and so the thing is, these people always have guilt by association. So if you mention Gail Riplinger, you believe in acrostic algebra, you believe in the sinking of the Titanic and all this Rupert Murdoch stuff. And it's like, now she was involved in some pretty heavy conspiracy theories that I wouldn't necessarily believe in. Or if I did believe in like a satanic conspiracy theory, it definitely wouldn't be the way that she describes it. And so she was more of the Tex Mars type of people, and so to me that's radical conspiracy stuff. It doesn't mean that I could think it's worse or whatever, but the way that she described it is just it's not scholarly. I would read her books and just go, why is she saying this? But then there are other aspects where she is just pointing out differences. Anyone who just points out differences, I mean, the king having no clothes, a little boy can say, hey, the king's got no clothes, and she often does that and just says, hey, this is different. And some of the things that she's pointed out, like where the New King James translators got their definitions from, is gold. Look, because a lot of people don't think about that and don't realize that most of the definitions the New King James translators use are from the Revised Version. And when you go through Vines, which is where they got most of their definitions from, it often has the AV has this, the Revised Version has this, and that's where the New King James defaults to. So things like that, when you read through it, it's like, that's great. But there are other things that she says that it's usually when she's trying to interpret like some sort of satanic thing behind something, or it's related to Blavatsky, or it's this type of thing where I just don't see the fingerprints of the devil on everything. Like she would explain, but I do see the fingerprints of the devil on many other things. And so, but just there's sometimes a symbology. I mean, if you don't know who Tex Mars is, he would have pictures of people doing this. So he would probably take a screenshot of me doing that and say, Nick Sayers is demonic. Someone's probably going to do that and post it all around. That is actually... or specifically that. Yeah, I know, rock concerts, they're doing it as the Crenati, satanic, all the rest of it. But if you follow the bulls in Texas, that's the symbol of a bull. Yeah, the bulls, they do that at the football games. That's why you see George Bush get off the plane. He's like, yeah, go the bulls, and it's like, oh, that's the devil. And so, that's Tex Mars' sort of thing. Oh, and he'll just have pictures of George Bush doing this, and then some people are like scratching their nose, sort of thing. They're like like this. And my first pastor, he had a finger broken, and it would never sort of fold down with the rest of the fingers. So whenever he was pointing, he would be like, yeah, and the Bible said, he'd be doing this a lot. And we could have made videos of him and like he's satanic, and that's the type of weird conspiracy things that I just think are just stupid. And unfortunately, that's like Gail Riplinger's book became very famous. So all people had to do was point out those stupid issues, and then people associate all TR people, all King James people with that, like James White does, and it's like case closed, they're kooks. Where it's like, no, this is a type of smearing. It's like me saying that these guys, they're Calvinists, so they're part of the God Hates Fags, the Westboro Baptist cult, who picket funerals and all that sort of stuff. Oh, they're Calvinists too, and just show them and say, see, Calvinism's dumb, let's move on. And every time they bring it up, Calvinism, oh, well, Westboro Baptist, how do you feel? What, are you going to picket another funeral? And so that's what James White does, It's the bandwagon fallacy. Helg says James White knows books before he's read them. It's a gift. He reads the introduction or reads the dust cover, and he's like, I know all about that. I'm sure half the books he's got in the background he's just never even looked at. Nick says, have you got a book out? Yes, I'll show you what that is. If you go to my website, which is tr.org.au, at the bottom of nearly every page, you can see this one. New book available with irrefutable evidence for the reading in the TR and KJV, Revelation 16:5. Beza's expansion of the rare nomen sacrum form of Jehovah, and I am in the final triadic declaration. So, yeah, that's the picture there. You click on that one, and it goes to the Old Paths publications. And so you can go to Amazon. So I did that in 2019. Okay, so it's got add to cart, blah, blah, blah. Don't need all that. Okay, so we've got 2 ratings of 5 stars. That's great. And so, yeah. But if you want that book for free, I'll send you the PDF. So just send me your email. Because this got printed by Old Past Publications. And so, I'm really glad that they pushed me to do it, because or else I probably wouldn't have done it. And so they're charging like $18 American for that. I don't even know how much of that I get, maybe like $5 or something. I'm not really sure. But yeah, I actually purchased this and I never got it. I was like, what? I think this is because it's an American account. It must have sent it somewhere in America. I was like, oh, well. But yeah, so that's my book. It's basically about Revelation 16:5. So I deal with the name of Jehovah in there as well, and Yahweh. So anyway, I've gone for 4 hours and 11 minutes. This video that TurretinFan has done goes for ever.
Some haven't.
3 hours and 39. So it's nearly as long-winded as I am. And that's fine. We'll just continue on with these in the next, week or 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So I might continue on doing this in my next video, but I might not. I might just change gear and do something. This is a bit like, when I did the Timothy Berg Sluder one. It's like, okay, this is just something there. I'll do it. So Helg says, when listening to audio of Jan Kranz, you can hear his bias against the TR. But this may be less obvious in his scholarly books and scholars' work in general because of the scholarly style. What I'll show you, ETC blog, Textus Receptus, Kranz, talking about the bias. Jan Kranz, why the Textus Receptus cannot be accepted. There's Jan. In favor of the Textus Receptus. He actually does a good job at explaining it. Jeff Riddle critiqued this. So, yeah, that's the thing. These guys, whenever they bring out something about Jeff Riddle or myself, we're like straight on there. And I'm not afraid to critique even Jeff Riddle. Like I did in my last video about a few things that he said. It's like, okay, it's no big deal, but just a few, tie your shoelaces up a little bit here and there. In favor of textual criticism, and then it's just like, why the first position is wrong. First position is wrong and the second is correct. Textus Receptus, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, if you read through that, you'll go, there's a huge bias. Now, I've even done a video on this article. So it was in 2020. So it's not like we're avoiding these issues. And we can tell these guys have serious bias. There's 61 comments on this. So that's interesting. Yeah, Elijah Hixson, Peter Gurry, and Jan Kranz in response as well. So usually what I do, I grab this whole thing, maybe from like there, all the comments and everything. And I usually do this on my phone actually. And I've got a text-to-speech player, which is free. I downloaded it, found it somewhere. And so grab, copy that. Now on my laptop, I just go Balabolka. And the Balabolka program usually comes up. There it is. Balabolka is really cool. Straight into there. So what I would probably do if I had time, I would delete the word reply and replies, because that would just be annoying to me. But and how I would do that is go copy that whole thing into like a notepad. I'll just show you how I do it. So into a notepad, I would go and paste it all in there, and go edit, go replace, go replies. It's nothing. Replace all. But then hopefully I haven't gone through and deleted replies from his main text. But then I would go reply. And let's also just get rid of that. I go copy that, throw it into Balabolka, and then I would play it.
Why the Textus Receptus cannot be accepted, Jan Krantz. By Tommy Wasserman at 200361. Here follows a guest post from a colleague and reader of the blog, Jan Krantz of the Protestantie Theologische Universiteit, PTHU, in Amsterdam, author of Beyond What Is Written, Erasmus and
you can get used to this voice. You can change it, of course. You can change the pitch. I like it really low, so it sounds a little bit more masculine than this is sort of like.
And Beza as conjectural critics of the New Testament, NTTSD 35.
And you can change how fast it goes.
Riddle, 2006. Why the Textus Receptus cannot be accepted.
Yeah, so I find if I go through those articles like that, oftentimes it'll just be like a storytelling thing. But yeah, sometimes it's in the comments. You find out, oh, Peter Gurry said this. It's like, wow, I didn't know he believed it. Or I didn't know Tommy Wasserman didn't believe in hell. Wow, I didn't know that. And so anyway, I'm going to go. God bless you guys. Thanks for watching. And we'll continue this on another time. And have a great end of the week. And God bless you.